Good evening. Welcome in, everybody. Let me know in the chat if you can hear me. I hope that you can. Welcome on in. Doing a couple of nighttime lives this week versus the daytime thing. My schedule's been a little flipped upside down, but that's okay. I thank y'all and appreciate y'all coming in to join me. Let me get set up here so I don't get twisted up in this phone cord. Okay. All right, let me know in the chat if you can hear me. Welcome into my mod team, always. Butterfly, Rachel. Is Forrest here? He is here as well. Tricio, welcome on in. Always good to see you. We'll see if anybody else finds their way in. Thank you, Forrest. There's a couple other streams popping off, I think, but I don't know who's doing what. But I wanted to come in and we're going to talk a little bit about the Nancy Guthrie stuff that may or may not be happening. And then we're going to get into the other case I've been wanting to get into. We just haven't had time to really get there and devote attention to it fully. But with news slowing down in the Nancy Guthrie case, there's not, other than talking about theories, there's not a whole lot left to talk about at the moment unless we get new information. And I'm trying to stick to investigation information, right? Which is, we're not getting a lot. The powers that be aren't coming out making any official statements, and the one that does, we don't even know what that's about anymore, right? So it is what it is. Y'all had a good day? It's been a beautiful day here on the Gulf Coast. Like spring has sprung. Usually in March, and I always know this because I have a child whose birthday is in the first week of March. Every single year. Outside party, inside party. Is it going to be windy? Is it not going to be windy? Is it going to be cold? Is it not? After the first 3 years, I'm like, what am I doing? We're just going to always plan to do indoors. We're going to just not even worry about it anymore. But right now we're having great weather. My dad used to take us out in March when we were little kids, and we have this big field that we lived near, and we would go fly our kites. Like, that was so much fun. Like, I miss having a kite sometimes, but I want a really good one. One of the little cheap ones that were okay when you were like 6, may not cut it today. I haven't flown a kite in forever. I feel like I need to have that fun in my life again. I think I'm going to buy one. What you got saved to your watch later list? I just put something on my watch later list, which I usually do. Which a couple of them I have fallen asleep in lately because it's like, the story's just not enough to keep me interested at that point. But I do like to lay in bed trying to relax. It's weird to relax listening to true crime stuff, right? But that's just what we do around here. I think a lot of you do as well. I know Butterfly does. We end up watching the same stuff late night usually. 65 there for you, Teresia. Popsicle weather, right? I don't know what degree. My old roommate would wake up and she'd say, "What degrees is it?" And I'm like, "What?" She'd be like, "What degrees is it?" I'm like, "You mean the temperature?" So I'm always like, "What degrees is it?" I have no clue what degrees it is here. I just know when I looked outside and walked outside, it was beautiful. Let's see what it actually says. Right now, my feels like is 66 degrees. Earlier today, we topped out into like 70-degree mark area. Tomorrow, we're going to be up toward the 80s. Yeah. Spring has sprung. I had no winter at all except for what we had a 3-day cold event happen when the rest of the country got slammed, and I was thankful I didn't get slammed, but didn't have much of a winter here at all. I don't know what that says for hurricane season. I'm kind of nervous now. I'm like, oh shit, what's about to happen here soon? I gotta roll into hurricane season soon. They extended it from when I was like growing up. They extended it even further into the year, all the way to the end of November. We're like, what, can y'all stop it with all that? You're just like inviting them to stick around longer. But they were honestly coming later in the year as well, so they had to lengthen the year. Hey, True Grit. 48 and rainy. We are under a drought here in Florida. We need some rain. It rained the other day, a couple days ago, just like a perfect shower out of nowhere. And I was like, yeah, bring it, but it didn't. Yes, Tricia, that's the scariest part, right? Is it is tornado season. February usually starts it off, right? Things start rocking and rolling around February. But I don't live in tornado country, but I see the devastation every single year. So I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm kind of a weather junkie because I grew up in hurricane country. Kind of forced it. It was kind of forced on me, right? But yeah, I've thought about that. I hate when those sirens are going off and then you get the news later and there's a devastated town. It's like watching Twister in real life. I'll take hurricane country over Twister country because I got a couple days warning. They don't get so lucky with tornadoes. They just get a few minutes warning. To me, that makes all the difference. The destruction and devastation's the same. I know firsthand. But I got more of a warning, going on here. So, well, fortunately, they've gotten so much better at predicting the tornadoes. Right? Remember when the Hook Echo was discovered? I don't know a lot of people that know that, but some of you may know. Um, and if you watch a lot of the storm chasers, you may even hear them talk about the Hook Echo. And I remember when the weatherman who discovered it realized, holy cow, that's a tornado and it's about to hit the ground, and sent out the first warning because of what he saw on radar. And it was a Hook Echo. From that day forward, that was a standard in predicting tornadoes now. Find that Hook Echo. And now you hear it everywhere. Hook Echo here. Now there's a tornado warning. That's how it happens. It's crazy. I kind of followed meteorology from a little girl. When I was really little, I remember the news would you only got the news at a certain time of day, right? And it was okay, fine, well watch the news, bad things are happening. But when the weather part was due to come on, I would get up and leave the room because I didn't want to know I'm having a thunderstorm tonight and it's going to wake me up and scare me. Like, I did not want to know. Peace out. Now I got to stress about it all night. I would just rather get woke up in the night. I don't know. It's weird. Weird stuff. Okay. Now y'all know a little bit more about me than you probably should or wanted to know. It's crazy. Everybody stay safe and stay weather aware, right? At all times. Every region has their thing: hurricane, tornado, floods, fires, whatever that may be. Know your region, know your dangers, and stay prepared. Only advice I can give people. Hey, Ruth Ann, welcome in. Welcome in. All right, guys, before we get started, there's a couple of stories that there's one I want to get to an update to because it's something we had covered here when it happened. Ruth Miller, the mother who drowned her 5-year-old and also said her husband jumped in the lake and was swallowed by a fish. And he jumped in the lake and he was swimming for Jesus, basically, because God told them to swim in the lake. And basically, till they couldn't swim anymore, right? It was this whole thing happening down there at the campground. And people saw her, load her 5-year-old and her other kids in the golf cart and take off toward the lake. Her husband was already in the lake at that point, allegedly swallowed by a fish. And at some point she wrecks that golf cart and she gets the littlest kid back on. But anyway, she ends up drowning the 5-year-old in the lake. So she had went to trial. She went to a prelim hearing and all this, and found her they found her competent to stand trial. Then she chose a bench trial, right, where the judge decides guilt or innocence. Well, that has happened now, and the judge decided she was mentally incompetent. So I'm going to pull up an article about it. I also have that court hearing. I don't know if it's kind of lengthy, but it's kind of just like boring. There's like not a lot to it. But there was a bench trial, and it didn't take long for them to present what evidence they did have, and then for the judge to find that finding uh, that she's guilty. Let me pull up the article because it's got a lot of the backstory in it as well. When I move stuff, I'm like, where did it go? You moved it. Okay. So this was an Amish couple, right? Out there. It was Ohio. Okay. So the judge found her not guilty by reason of insanity. Oh, it says here her son was 4 years old. She said she had to give him to God. And this is a picture of Ruth from the court hearing the other day. An Amish mother drowned her 4-year-old son at Atwood Lake, was found not guilty by reason of insanity Tuesday morning. Now, we reviewed the body cam footage here, guys, of that, and I have it saved that we can watch it again. But you can absolutely tell when the cops show up, this lady totally believes what she's sitting there saying. Or is it made up, right? Is she just saying it to cover her tracks, using the. She absolutely believed her husband just got swallowed by a giant fish, and that she told the Lord told her to do everything that was happening was the Lord's command. Ruth Miller, who waived her right to a jury trial last month, was charged in connection with the August 23rd, 2025 death of her son. Now, realize she's not charged with the death of her husband. They've concluded that he jumped in the lake on his own accord, and because of all the swim, swim, swim that he did, he wore himself out basically and drowned. Okay. The verdict rested entirely with the judge, who based his ruling on 5 pieces of evidence, 2 police reports, and 3 mental health evaluations. So they had 5 pieces of evidence, 2 police reports, and 3 mental health evaluations. Now, she had a set of twins, sons. They were 18. You can see them in the body cam. And I believe they had a 14 or 15-year-old daughter as well. So she's 40 and she was hospitalized since August 24th when the bodies of her husband and son were discovered at the bottom of Atwood Lake. I remember that cop standing there and he says, "Ma'am, there is not a fish big enough in that lake to swallow your husband." And I was like, he's like having this conversation with her. It was wild. They all concluded that you suffered from some sort, or I'm sorry, from some form of mental disease that prevented you from knowing the wrongfulness of your conduct, the judge said. Now, if they firmly believe, and this is like in the book or what the good book or whatever, how do they know they're mental because they took it next level? You know what I'm saying? With these religious groups and these religious people that do things in the name of religion, it always comes back to, well, are they okay in the head? Well, they should be. What are you saying? You know, I have this thing about it. What happened at Atwood Lake? According to the county sheriff, Tuscarawas County Sheriff Orvis Campbell, Ruth and her husband Marcus, who was 45, brought their family from Holmes County to Atwood Lake on the weekend of August 23rd, 2025. The couple believed God was speaking to them and were carrying out tasks to prove their faith. At approximately 8:30, Sheriff Campbell said Ruth placed Vincent on a golf cart, returned to the dock, and drowned him. Did this? Oh, it did. Okay. Okay. Around 1 a.m. is when, on August 23rd, the couple went back to the dock and jumped into the water. After returning to the campgrounds, Marcus told Ruth he was going back to the lake. So they're out there at 1 o'clock in the morning. They're both swimming around. They come back, and then the husband tells Ruth he's going back to the lake. And then at approximately 8:30 is when she placed the child on the golf cart, returned to the dock, and she drowned him. On police body camera, Miller told officers, "I threw him in the lake and I gave him to God." She also said God told her Vincent would be swallowed by fish. Around 10:30 a.m., Sheriff Campbell said Ruth drove the golf cart into the lake with all 3 teenagers, her 15-year-old daughter and her 18-year-old sons, on board. The teenagers got out of the water on their own and were not injured. So she's got all of her kids on the golf cart I'm jumping off before Mama gets to the water. But she drives into the water with all of them, and then they bail out, and the older kids get back to shore, but the little one don't. Oh wow. How the deaths were discovered. It was the golf cart crash that prompted a response by rangers and deputies, Campbell said, which ultimately uncovered the deaths. When first responders began treating Ruth, she was making concerning statements. So, see, she apparently wrecked the golf cart on the way down to the water, and people saw it and called the authorities. By the time they get there, she's already got everybody back on the golf cart from this little wreck, and now she's in the water and the baby's drowned. Vincent's body was recovered near the dock around 6 p.m. Marcus's body was found in the same area around 8:30 a.m. on the 24th of August. Sheriff Campbell said Marcus had attempted to swim out to a sandbar and accidentally drowned. Wow. So, not guilty by reason of insanity verdict does not mean Miller will be released. She will be sent to a psychiatric facility, kind of like Morgan Geyser. Miller's placement hearing is scheduled for March 13th at 10 a.m. Oh, I wonder what kind of mental facilities that Ohio places you in when you've been found guilty by reasons of insanity. I know what it's like for Florida. The prosecution is asking that she be placed in a lockdown state facility. The defense is hoping she may be able to return to her family at home at some point after treatment. I How do you determine when treatments worked, right, in a case like this? One count of aggravated murder of her 4-year-old son, one count of murder of her son, one count of felonious assault of the 4-year-old, one count of child endangerment of her 15-year-old, three counts of domestic violence from the 15-year-old and the twin 18-year-olds. I mean, what else would they have found her not guilty by reason of insanity and just straight out guilty? That's wild. I didn't think it was going to take that case long to get to trial and get resolved. I honestly thought a plea bargain or a plea deal would have been had even before a bench trial would have been considered in that case. Y'all remember us covering that case here? Oh, good. Hey, Kelly, welcome in. Yeah, that case was wild. I remember when it first happened, we re-reviewed the body cam footage. Law and Crime had it out, and of her out there at the lake telling the cops about how he swam for the Lord and the big fish swallowed him. It's like, what in the world are we hearing now, right? It's not the first time we've heard um, cases like that involving the religion. Those happen to be Amish. You remember that butterfly? Yeah, it was wild. And it honestly didn't take long for all that to go into motion there. Okay. So there's not been a whole lot happening in the Nancy Guthrie case, but a little. You know who reminded me of the Andrea Yates vibes a little? It is the other case that I haven't. Lindsay Clancy. Isn't that her name? This case happened. Lindsay's case happened. I want to think it was right after or not long after Idaho 4 started, because I was doing a true crime channel in a Discord, right? And we were looking at that case because she's the lady who unalived her children and then jumped out the window. And then she had to go to court. Well, they brought court to her from her hospital bed. She's all paralyzed, but she's still paralyzed. That case is ongoing, and I hadn't heard anything about it until recently. So I have a note here. Actually, I got two old, well, one's an old case that's got some new stuff happening I want to talk about, and then Lindsay Clancy. But I really got to deep dive and pull up all the court hearings and stuff to get myself caught up on it. But Lindsay Clancy gave me those vibes as well. So that is something I have here on the notes to to check into, because I was always, it intrigues me how those cases will be defended, right? There are two moms sitting in the local county jail right now accused of killing their children. One accused of killing her 24-year-old daughter, the other one accused of killing her 5-year-old child. Actually, there's three now. The 5-year-old little boy, and then just the other day, we had another female arrested for unaliving her little girl. Like, literally just happened, I think, 2 days ago. So now I got three, and I'm like asking myself, what is happening in my town? Why all of a sudden do I have three women accused of unaliving their own children? Is that not a red flag? It is to me, and I need to ask some questions now, because I'm not here to put up with that shit. So I'm trying to dig into those cases as well. One occurred right across the street from where I lived years ago. The second they showed the house on the news, I was like, "Oh, wait a second, I know that house." And I was like, oh, "Holy shit, that's that house I used to live across the street from." Very quiet neighborhood. Very nothing ever happens over here kind of neighborhood, right? Too many parents, Tricia. What? Explain it, right? What's the studies on that? What's triggering that in society? What the hell are we going to do about it? You know? Forrest, you remember the Clancy case too? Okay, so we do need to dig in and get caught up, don't we? Especially if there's current movement in the case. We need to find out what's going on there. Keep ourselves updated. Yeah, lots of pressure. Rachel, the postpartum in the Clancy case, Andrea Yates, one of the most severe cases of postpartum. I'll be honest, I was one of those women, like, postpartum. I mean, come on, I've had babies. But I also never normally, naturally battled any kind of depression. Thank God. Doesn't mean I couldn't have been prone to it, that it didn't run in the family. I just never did. So it was hard for me to really understand full depression. Even when trauma happened in my life, I never got to a dark place with depression. The anxiety and the PTSD was completely different story, right? So it was hard for me to wrap my head around this new phenomena coming out about women having this postpartum depression. But the more I looked at it with an open mind and honestly remembered what it was like to be a new mom with multiple kids to care for, and then I looked at the Andrea Yates case, and I was like, holy shit. And all the red flag. Her husband, there was a lot he should have known going on in that woman's mind, right? There's never going to be an excuse for their behaviors, but I can see indications as to why things reach certain levels. That's where I go with that. I don't know how much I can blame a postpartum situation, because then I gotta, when I start allowing myself to blame solely, like, say, a diagnosis, then I'm gonna let every case that comes before me go on a diagnosis, right? And so I try to be careful, especially with all the diagnoses, right? Well, okay, what does that mean? Is that just a mitigation issue only? You know what I mean? There's a lot to unpack with cases like that, but you got a good point there. I mean, because it's considered in these cases, it's absolutely something you have to explore. And then it goes like to this religion thing. Is that really their religious belief, or is it really a crazy delusional belief, right? Is, yeah. No, Andrea Yates doesn't want out. Pamela Smart wants out. Pamela Smart didn't harm no babies, but she sure got some kids to kill her husband. You know, it's wild because when I was reviewing this today about the Pamela Smart case, Pamela Smart was a school teacher. Her husband was shot and killed, and Pam was having an affair with her 15-year-old student. Pamela Smart case happened before O.J. Simpson happened, before Casey Anthony happened, and it was the first gavel to gavel trial. And it was wild as hell, right? Pamela Smart was one wild ass woman to watch in real time. And you're like, holy shit, what's happening? We never got to see it like that at that level. It was crazy. And then she finally owned up to it one day, and I think she's changed her mind again. I don't really know. I'm reviewing to get caught up. But Andrea doesn't not want to get out. In fact, I watched something on Andrea recently, like a little documentary type thing I was watching. It was been a while, so I have to go back and find it. But I did watch something recently. The case always intrigued me because it was the first of its kind. You know what I mean? And I always want to know where these defenses are going to go with these things. Mary Kay Letourneau, holy hell, True Grit. How can we forget about her crazy ass? Also, a teacher who had an affair with a student, and then she had a child with him. Didn't she go to prison, get out, get back with him? Lord help us all with that one. She was crazy. Well, I don't want to give her that free pass of being called crazy because that's too easy. Psychopath, maybe? We could do a whole series on just that, couldn't we, guys? Because there's like so many of those types of cases. We could damn sure do a series on stuff like that. We learn a lot from cases that we can carry over into other cases. I do anyway. Like this, for instance. Y'all know I've been honed in on that geofence warrant. I'm like, gimme, gimme, gimme. How far did your warrant go out? How many names actually showed up in that, or numbers, I should say, actually showed up? I want to know if those 40 names came from that list. I want to know if those 2 raids came because of that list. And like I'm on it, like a radar, right? Anytime it's mentioned, I'm like, I hear it. It's being talked about. I'm coming. What are y'all saying? Okay. So, there was some activity outside of the Guthrie house today, and there were some people there walking around the property, on the property. They were there, with permission, drove into the parking area by the garage, got out. I believe they entered the home. They also walked around the home looking around the front door. I couldn't even begin to guess what they were doing. I'm assuming they work for the family, since the family has control of their mother's home again and has the new security cameras up and this and that. Brian Enton was out there. There was several different tweets popping off with different footage. I'm just going to go straight to Brian's little short because it shows 2 things in the same video, right? So I get to putting together this show, making sure I got everything in order. That's like the worst part of doing this show, right? The production part of it and getting all that ready is the part I don't like. But I got it all done. But this one shows everything in one video that we can take a look at. Let me get that pulled up real quick. So actually, the Pam Smart case, she's been in prison for decades, guys. She's just filed a habeas corpus with the courts. That's like one of the most difficult appeals to try to win. It's like, prove why you're incarcerating my person, and if you can't, let them go. Kind of almost, it's like a lot to unpack with it. So I'll put together a weekend show for that. What is like today day? It's Tuesday. Okay, I have to look at the calendar. Maybe I'll do that this weekend. If we don't have like a lot popping off, update wise, we'll take a look at that case. All right, let me get what I was going to grab pulled up here. It's just a little short from Enton today. So day 31, yeah. Okay, so a lot of the media has pulled way back, which, not a shocker. It was strategic on the part of the city. Some of the neighborhood people, some of them didn't mind the media at all. Some are allowing them to park in their driveways. Some or absolute get out of my neighborhoods, whatever. It's up to them. But they pushed the media way back. And I think if you look at the timing of when that happened, you got to go out of the neighborhood and park, and you got to get dropped off with your supplies. Then it turned into, okay, now your tents need to leave the road because we're going to go back to two-way. So you're making it even more harder for them to get down there. So they did pull away. Then right after that, the family shows up. So you got a lot less media now to intrude upon that moment. Only a few were down there. And there was one that was absolutely stunned that he got talked into not being there. But anyway, they were back out there again today. So this is Brian from today when he was down there. And again, these people showed up at the house. No one really knows, of course, what they were doing. And also, a couple of people were there searching with a metal detector. And I don't know if I feel like elaborating on that or not, but maybe I will. Let me sip my coffee and contemplate.
Hey guys, so I'm outside Nancy Guthrie's house. There's been some action today. First of all, there were some people that showed up that seemed like they were maybe doing some work on the house, locksmiths. They were by the front door of the house. They were then at the back of the house.
With them standing there evaluating the front door, okay, why are they evaluating the front door? That's my first thought. They're not investigators like that. They're not trying to figure out what happened to the camera. They're not trying to figure out anything. But do we need to replace this door? You can see right through this glass on the side. I don't know. I try to get into their heads. Why are they there? What are they doing? What could they really be doing? Why are they assessing the door? We heard locks got changed already, so I don't know what they're doing. Y'all think they're contemplating changing the door?
There's also these private searchers that have
Private searchers. Okay.
shown up with metal detectors going up and down the street outside Nancy's house. They said they were maybe looking for jewelry or a bracelet.
Looking for jewelry or bracelets. Like a thief stole something from the house and dropped it as he ran away, and it got covered up with dust from the Arizona desert. What? Did they say that's what they were looking for, was jewelry? That's odd. Okay.
So kind of interesting. They're still out here right now. The sheriff gave NBC News an interview. You've been asking for an interview.
Oh, again, NBC's getting the interviews, and it's not rocket science. Savannah works for NBC. Also has close ties to the local affiliate there as well, right? So they're like, it's just what it is. I don't think Savannah's doing anything like special with the sheriff. Like, they're not besties texting over there. It's just he is speaking out to the local NBC affiliate, right? It just goes to that weird media tie shit, because they'll do that. You want to go to the friendly one, right? You're going to go to the friendly station that's going to help you out. Wink, wink.
But he hasn't responded. But he did give NBC News an interview.
Brian just got through throwing shade saying, I've been asking for an interview, but he won't do it. No, Brian, because he wants to interview you about that one cop that said shady stuff about him. He did not care for that, remember? Ever since then, he won't let Brian have an interview. And then when he gave Brian his 10 minutes, he pretty much not Brian, the sheriff wasted it with word salad. Ran the clock up.
That he does not think it's a cold case, that he thinks they'll solve it. A lot of stuff he said previously. He said they're looking at hundreds of thousands of cars, which is kind of interesting when he was asked specifically about that new video from 2.5 miles away that came out last week. He said we're looking at that plus hundreds of thousands of other cars, which is a really big number. And with the backpack, remember the backpack that they said was bought at Walmart? He's now saying that they're considering that the suspect may have gotten it secondhand. So maybe he didn't actually buy it at Walmart, but bought it secondhand.
Okay. So the word salad sheriff of it all, nothing has come up of these miraculous Walmart searches that everybody knew was going to solve the case. Everybody all of a sudden knew exactly what kind of jacket that was. Everybody knew where it came from, exclusively here, exclusively there. I found it here, I found it there. It's this brand, it's that brand. The backpack's the same way. We got nothing on the backpack or the jacket. FBI apparently got nowhere tying it to any sales in the area. You gonna look all across the entire country, every single state, or are you just gonna look in that state, that city, right? I don't know how broad they went out, but apparently it didn't turn up anything. And now he's possible. Everybody said in the beginning on X, talking about the case, it could be a secondhand jacket. Jacket could be 5 years old. We don't know. It doesn't mean he ran out that day and purchased his gear, right? All at the same time. Doesn't mean that at all. So I don't think anything's come of the searches, right? They got nothing on the clothing. So we add that to the list. Again, nothing on the clothing, nothing on these shoes, nothing on a backpack. Possible something on a holster purchase, like 40. It's funny that they don't have any thing on a jacket or backpack purchase, but they got 40 holster purchases. I'm not buying it. I don't even know if I buy this. That's where you got your 40 names from, was from 40 holster purchases. I just don't. I think that's weird that. So you sell holsters but not jackets? What's up, Tucson? Possible, I guess, but weird. And as far as these hundreds of thousands of cars they're looking at, right? That can only mean one thing. You're reviewing all the camera footage you can possibly find from the highway system. Not the 2 mile away, 2.5 mile away. Those are important as hell. You've got to figure those out. But you also need to figure everything else out, because that interstate's sitting right there by Nancy's house. It's right there. And then you got a border sitting right there. Which way do you go there, right? And then you got the town. So you better get busy looking. It's crazy. So how you think they're sitting, because when the FBI pulled back to Phoenix, right? And they're going through all the data. What data? All the stuff from the geofence, and then what else? What data? It's got to be a lot of this car footage from around town. Now we've heard the flock system is there, but it's not really recording things. It's just capturing some license plates, monitoring the traffic situation. But then you got the DOT cams out there that you can monitor live even, but they're going through all of that type of stuff. Because remember, if you see a car leaving, even the one that they claim was on the back road, we went to the map and look around, right? And we came out of that road, it comes up to that East River Road. If you saw a car coming out in that area, because there's possible cameras right there, may or may not record, that's the fucking problem. But if you saw one and then you saw it go down to the intersection and you could see it there, and then you could see it traveling toward the interstate, and you could see it get on, what's the, do you follow that car and see what you can find? Do you capture a license plate at some point? They captured Brian Koberger's license plate in Colorado after a query was done, because remember, they were not following that guy across country. Nuh-uh. That didn't happen. Those Indiana stops, that's coincidence. We were not following Brian Koberger. We didn't know who he was at the time. We didn't have IgG results back. We had no idea where this white car was even at to look for it. So, there's a lot of talk on X right now even about how the Koberger car and how they were able to track it and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, Jesus, I wish one of them would crack open a document and see how irrelevant that car really might have been until a Ridge Road video surfaced and they got a better make and model, but they never got a license plate until they queried it in Colorado. But that was after they found out his name, because WSU found it out and looked at it and said, oh, it's just a guy in a white car, but it's the wrong year. So, okay, peace out. Went on about their business. How many times is that going to happen? Indiana stopped twice. Bolo for a white Elantra, right? And they're like, hey, what's up? What are you doing? And Brian, I'm going for Thai food. Dude, you're in Indiana. You got stopped by the state trooper. You got asked, where are you going? And you said, for Thai food. Literally, you just left Washington State to drive to Pennsylvania. A cross country trip, but you're going to get some Thai food. Okay. See, it could take a long time following those kind of leads. Your best bet's going to be that DNA. But this guy didn't leave his damn flashlight the way Koberger left his damn sheath. I wish that had occurred, right? The guy had dropped it and couldn't find it in whatever kind of little chaos was happening there, and just bolted with Miss Nancy and never went back in there to get it. And then we would actually have something to work with.
After someone else already bought it at Walmart. So that was kind of the update from his interview. I'll keep you guys posted with anything else that happens today.
Okay, so that basically they don't have a lot, guys. We know that. In the Koberger case, we didn't have video of the assailant. We only had video of a car near the house. Nancy's house, we got the assailant on the front porch, but we don't have a car near the house. It's total opposite. Both houses dark, easily accessible. Both have sliding glass doors. You know what I mean? Did this guy at the door get lucky and Nancy's house accommodated the things? Koberger's case, did that house become the house because it was so easy to access? I think, yeah, that could have been the case. The house was the target, just like one of his mentors would do. But why this house, right? I think the guy got lucky that all the houses in the neighborhood were like this, dark. Dark. And that's okay. We should not have creepers in the night come into our dark homes. If we want the yard dark, we want it freaking dark. Guess what's going to happen? I can see better out my window when all the lights are off out there. You go turn all them lights on, I can't see as well. You shut them off, I'm going to see the person standing there in the dark. And I'll be like, I see you, asshole. Come a little closer. Then that floodlight kicks on and blinds their ass, right? Mm-mm. I don't want to throw shade about where somebody lived and blame the darkness on what happened, because I want it dark where I live. I enjoy it. I like seeing the stars and stuff and the shooting stars. In my backyard, you could literally sit out there and watch the satellites, right? Because it's so dark and you could see the satellite and you could just watch it just float across the space out there. It's wild. Totally wild. You just upgraded your motion lights, Rach. And a lot of people out in the country and in the darkness like that, you do install stuff because you will get animals and you want to startle them away, right? The lights come on like that. That usually it may startle the animals and they'll run off for a minute. They can't they don't want to continue to wander around. And each area is going to have whatever types of animals they're prone to having. Because some areas you're not expecting the guy in the night, but you don't, what we've learned in true crime, Doesn't matter where you live, learn to expect the guy in the night could come. And boy, it could come in ways you didn't see coming sometimes, which we're going to get to in just a second with our next case. Now, let me talk about this super quick before we do move on. Um, so, Ashley Banfield did a report, I guess it was yesterday's show. And the one thing that caught my attention, and again, this is sourced information. The only sourced information Ashley has told us about that hasn't panned out to be anything yet was Tommaso. I don't think that he was never not a suspect. I think the reporting was accurate, but I think that reporting was actually took something that took place very early in the investigation, right? That they looked at him early on because, come on, why not? Last one to see her? Uh, okay, give me the details. Oh, she was at your house having dinner? You took her home? Oh, what? There, boom, you're going to be looked at. What was the dynamics here? What were the family dynamics? All this stuff. So by the time Ashley got the reporting, they were already well into their investigation into that aspect, right? And I think she reported it, and then we saw them go back and take the photos and stuff, and so it kind of was like weird timing there. So I don't know what to make of any of that. So now she also reported back door being open, wide open. Ashley's the one that reported, I think, smashed cameras on the inside, but we've seen no evidence of smashed cameras anywhere. We know that the one out front was taken, and we know there was a 212 motion detection somewhere, but we don't know where these other cameras were and where if they were still in the home or not. We just don't know. So now she's saying this about the sniffer. Did you guys catch this on her show? Let me pull it up, this little part. And then we're going to move into our other story. Okay. And it made me wonder if this reporting is accurate, what led them to this, and specifically how. Let me get it right to the right spot, because I'm not saying it's not accurate. I think there's accurate elements to it. That's what I should stress. And I'm basing that on like investigative techniques and stuff. All right, okay. Let me get the screen up here. All right. So this was her show. Was it yesterday? And this is what she has to say about. Okay, we remember the signal sniffer was brought in, and they put it on the helicopter, and they were flying low and slow over Nancy's house. And then we reviewed that here, and then we also reviewed the technology behind that little sniffer device and how the company that made it. So now Ashley is reporting that after that occurred, remember a lot of people had questions about, can they use it in other areas? Can we strap it to dogs' collars and let them, which is a great idea, honestly, to put it on the dogs, there's the sniffer dogs, and as they're moving around, if they're low and slow, could they detect, a signal? So anyway, she's reporting that the signal sniffer went to a neighboring county. I think she said the next day, but she won't say what county. And apparently based on coordinates of a cell phone tower. And they used it to sniff around to see if they could get a signal back on the pacemaker. And I thought, what about, okay, another county, coordinates to a cell tower? Why a cell tower? Cell phone data. Where'd you get a cell phone number from? Oh, wait a minute. Could it be from a geofence warrant? I have no idea. So let's listen to what she had to say. And I guess they found nothing. Or, so like you get a tip on Carlos and you get a tip on Luke, and then you realize, hey, these guys are actually in our geofence warrant as well. All right. Okay. So then you got this kind of case. A tip comes in and you're looking at the tip, and this actually person's in our geofence warrant. And does that warrant more I don't know what's happening here, or how they would have got coordinates to a cell tower and why that would even be relevant. That tells me a cell phone's involved. So here's what she has to say.
Unexpected. I talked to one of my law enforcement sources who's associated with the Nancy Guthrie investigation. And I learned from that law enforcement source that the Pima County Sheriff's Department enlisted one of their partner agencies and gave them the signal sniffer to take to a neighboring county and look for a body. This is several days ago that this apparently happened. And that neighboring agency did take that signal sniffer and did go out into the desert to a specific location. I'll get to what kind of specific location and what they used to find the location in a minute. But they did do that, and obviously they did not find Nancy at this place. But it is sad to hear that this was one of the directives. Please go to this specific location in the desert in a neighboring county and look for a body. So there was some intelligence that investigators came across that led them to go on that mission.
Huh. There would have to be something that directed them there if that's true. Well, these sources are driving me insane. Like, I want to go to Tucson and nose around just to figure out who the sources are. And then come up with a plan to get an interview with said sources. Can I get them all at one time? Like, right? Like a dinner party, a dinner party for the sources. Messy hair don't care, Simi. I'm picking on Simi. Your comment made me almost spit my coffee a minute ago.
And what's really interesting about the timing of it was that it was just one day after news broke that the Pima authorities were using the signal sniffer in Pima County. And I think you might remember when Brian Enton was reporting and he said, there's this helicopter above me as I'm doing this live report. And it came up.
So it makes you wonder if those raids were taken seriously by the authorities, right? I'm talking about Carlos and Luke's place. Do you think they deployed the helicopter with the attached signal for those missions? I mean, if you got cops on the ground within minutes of that home, so what if they hear a helicopter outside, right? Even a low and slow one. So I would think that would be used at those locations. Even if you had to bring it in after the raid began, right, to secure the property, then you could bring the chopper in low and slow and surveil from above with your little signal sniffer. We need to ask Brian Enton, did he ever see any helicopters that night of the raid at Luke's place? Because he would know, because he had such close proximity. Remember, he was within the parameter, and they figured out he was media, and they made him move finally.
Later that that was a helicopter using the signal sniffer, and I think Brian mentioned that they had it on the rudder. I'm not sure if they did or if they were holding it, whatever it was. The search in the neighboring county came right after the Pima County, and I thought, well, wow, that's awfully quick, because I would have thought that they'd spend many days with that signal sniffer in Pima County. I mean, Pima County is the size of Rhode Island and Connecticut combined. It is huge.
And there's also a chance there are other locations they may have checked out that we don't know about, right? How many How many people have been looked at that we don't know about? And what avenues are they really taking? That's where I'm like, I'm honed in on that. What's the FBI? And let me get this straight. What's the FBI really doing at this stage, right? Because there's not anything else that local guys can do. They hit a dead end road a long time ago, right? As far as their investigation goes, it stops there. Unless they're patrolling the streets one night and so said so and this, then that happened. And this is a house that's around the corner, right? Or this is a house across town. And boom, there we stumble upon something. That's the only way it's going to happen locally. And that's important to have those guys on the ground in case that does happen. But the bulk of the work is on the FBI's desk. Because if it's not a local guy down there messing around and shit went south and he did what he did, then it's something more. And that's what the FBI is investigating. They don't investigate the local crime backpack bandits running through the night, right? They're not here for that. That's on y'all. It's your town. We're here for the big stuff. That's our only job. So that's who's analyzing all the data right now. All the stuff from the cell phone towers, the sniffer capabilities, they brought all that in. Everything, all the car footage they're trying to analyze. If they can pinpoint one car with a connection, look, it's seen here. Oh, it's seen here. Because when they finally did figure out Brian Koberger, and they were like, got all these footage from point A to B, right? And they don't, because I always say the lie in the PCA was WSU finding that white Elantra. They did, but that's not how the cops found Brian Koberger. But that's what was used in the PCA to cover up. We used IgG that may or may not be legal. So we don't want to go there yet. That's what happened. End of story. So we don't even have a car over here like that of interest. But when they started putting it together and they got Brian's records, phone records, before he turned the phone off, when I broke down the PCA, because it made no sense to people at the times, it's sketchy, it's weird, it's all over the place. I'm like, it is kind of all over the place, but let me do something. Right now it's telling me I see a car here, 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 and here. And I have a phone pinging here, 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 and here. But when you wrote them down in a column, they were doing it at the same time. The car is seen here, but it's pinging right here at the same time. Every point. And I was like, damn, everywhere the car is seen, they got a phone pinging until the phone goes offline. But we still get to see the car creeping around the house. That was weird. That's the thing they're looking for. Where's this one car that's doing this weird shit, right? And can they match a phone number to it? I don't know how without a name, unless they get lucky in their geofence warrant and see something there. I don't know what else they would get to look at. But what could have led them to the neighboring county via some cell tower coordinates? It's weird. It's got to be from a cell data. So they recovered phones and data from Carlos, Annie, Tommaso, Luke, and who else? Nobody else, right? That we know of?
But maybe this was an immediate piece of information they needed to go check.
What if somebody's phone went to that particular area that they're talking about and pinged off that tower and was there for a long period of time? And this is a person of interest to them, right? Who is that person of interest attached to this phone number that spent time near this cell tower? Inquiring minds want to know. Ashley, ask the right questions, baby girl. Whose phone is attached to that number?
It out, and then they brought the signal sniffer back into the Pima area and continued their searches. I don't know that. It stands to reason they wouldn't just search for a day.
Okay, that's about what I wanted to show, right? Because that's all she said was that. So a source has told her neighboring county search cell phone tower coordinates. They mean the tower itself coordinates or coordinates of a phone that pinged off of that tower? There's a difference. Damn it, I want to know those. Why do I always want to know that part for? See, that kind of stuff will drive me nuts. You said what you said, Simi. Look, I would rather the people that I do watch be more down to earth, be themselves, versus uh, what I feel might be a pretending situation. I get needing to look nice and neat, but all the things, you know what I mean? But I ain't never look. Ashley Banfield. I knew that chick before she even started doing any of this true crime stuff. That chick used to. We saw. Y'all think seeing this stuff happening now with this whatever's going on out there? What is it? Iran, Iraq? What the hell's going on? Back in the day, I remember how we sat in amazement, and for the first time ever, we watched a war live on TV for the very first time. It was incredible, and it was holy shit level. What are my eyes seeing right now? You didn't know what to think, you didn't know what to do. Ashley Banfield went undercover deep into Afghanistan, wrapped herself from head to toe, and all you could see were her eyes. And if they had discovered her, she may not have made it back. A lot of people were worried about Miss Banfield back then because she was doing some sneaky ass shit to get her story. I had never seen it happen before in real time. She would report live from the situation, and I saw things happening live that I was like, wow, man, I saw journalists, male journalists even, get just injured, right? It's crazy. So I saw her way back before all of this, right? So people can feel how they want about people. Look at Nancy Grace. Hell, I knew her from way back in the day too. And that lady's wild. She is who she is. There were a lot of people I noticed in the Idaho 4 case that could not stand Banfield, but they based that on the fact that they didn't like anybody saying Koberger might be guilty, right? So they absolutely didn't like her content at all. So, like certain creators too, Simi, I just don't do it for me. That do everybody else loves, and I'm like, you know what I mean? So I get it. I totally, totally get it. Totally get it. Real happy. Welcome in. Hey, not me. I'm just seeing it. Hey, Hyper Kimberly, 83. Welcome in. Yeah, if you waiting on those camera, I mean, how much? If they didn't retain a lot of video, right, from the cameras, like within the you need to look at the intersections right there near her neighborhood, coming and going, like we were talking about yesterday. Entering and exiting that neighborhood, there was two entrances off East River Road, and then back behind the neighborhood, there was an entrance and exit area back there. But there's a starting point somewhere, right? How many of those cameras actually did record and didn't? You would think, honestly, at this stage, if they really had something from the main intersections close to Nancy's house, a suspicious car, that if they had a recording system, they could see if a car had a repetitive pattern. We heard from leaks to a year into the Koberger case, Dateline. Oh my God, it was a big uproar. It broke the internet. 12, the phone pings 12 times near the home of King Road. Everyone's like, how do they know that? They don't know that. It turns out it was 12 times. Also, let's add a few more, totaling 23 times, right? Cell phones, the data, they their geo, he was there every time, pinging near a cell phone tower, right? That was servicing that area. So It's all kind of stuff. I don't know how they got there with that though. It's interesting to figure out how or why they would go out there. Do y'all think that actually happened, or is that source like bullshit, or is that like a maybe? I think it's a maybe. Depends on what got you out there for real. Like I want to know, or because I don't understand. They don't have a lot anything else. The guy at the door, we have no leads on who he is. We don't have a car of interest, and that's it. It apparently there was no cell phone activity right there at Nancy's. If they did a geofence warrant and the guy had an active phone on his body, or the getaway person in the car as well, it's going to show unless they were burners, right? Probably had their little walkie talkies, maybe a burner hid in the car to use later, so it won't show up, right? It wouldn't. And if you're prepping to do something of this nature, are you ever going to take your actual phone with you? Will you always take the burner that you purchased for this purpose with you? You'd always take that burner with you, right? So it would never really show up in a geofence. I think the number would, but who purchased it is the problem. But could you find out where that phone was purchased? Is there any way to do that? And then look at video of people that was making the purchase that day in electronics. Who the hell knows exactly what they're examining at this point, and who's tasked with looking at all that. Oh my goodness. All right. So that's about it as far as updates go. And as far as the couple that was out there um, searching on the property, what the female, she's been out there the whole time, and I wasn't she the one carrying a bunch of cameras all the time, and she was assisting JLR from time to time. So she's been out there. The other guy that was out there, he's been out there all the time as well. He was the one that I guess spearheaded the little search group that set off on foot from the parking lot that day. And one guy got in a wreck, and the other guys went off on foot, found a backpack. Yeah, I don't know what they were doing out there with the metal detector. Like those guys have been out there like all the time, um, discussing theories and people, things of that nature. So I don't know what prompted to look for jewelry with a metal detector. I have no idea. I don't even know what to say about it. So that's the wrap up on that. Right, Rachel? We need Nick Balance to look into this, please. Like right now. Like we need his cast assistance. Well, the cast team is there and they're on it, but damn it, man, right? Heather Bernhardt's weighed in, a little bit, and it was the same thing, about VPNs and hiding stuff. It's easy to recover deleted data and sometimes the erased data. She was able to recover a lot from Koberger's phone. Um, we know that Stearns tried to twice delete his phone, and I just said your name, Stefan. Enjoy it, and they were able to recover all those nasty photos he took of Madeline Soto and videos. Let me say his name again. Hold on, Stefan Stearns. Your mother's attempting to call your iPad, or whatever the hell you got. I need to research. Does Florida give me my iPad? What's he got? Fuck. I'm gonna get sidetracked now. The drunk guy that showed up at Nancy's, and the naked girl, whatever she was. I don't know what people that were doing there today with their last whatever they're doing at the home. I feel like the family's just trying to secure everything down that they can think of, right? They had things to do on the inside. There's crime, and the people at the front door honestly could have been looking at the blood, because there are legit companies that do crime scene cleanup, right? That is a real thing. Um, they could have been looking at that for all we know. Um, that could be the final step before the family does. They probably are going to just lock the house down. I don't think anybody's going to be living in the home or staying in the home. I'll be surprised if they did. Annie and Tom have their house. Savannah may go home, but that doesn't mean she's going back to work and all the things. It just means she may go home. But I don't know what she'll do, or their brother for that matter. But I don't think they'll be like living in that house. So I think they're just trying to do their secure everything down as best they can. We need like the FBI dream team, right? It still makes you wonder though about your profile of the person and the guy at the door, and how it appears to be so easy for them to do what they did. Just drive away into the night. Just even Coburger, we did at least have a car right next to the victim's home doing some really weird shit, right? We at least had that. We didn't know what kind of car it was for sure. We couldn't see a tag. We couldn't see the person driving. So pretend Sheath's not there. Sheath doesn't exist. That never got left. But we had a car, you know? But we also had a Sheath, fortunately. But because the car didn't tell us much other than we got a weird car. That is all it is a lead at that point. You can't go to court and say, well, the guy in that car right there has to be the guy because look at it being weird. They're going to be like, oh, can you identify the person driving that car? And they're going to be like, no, I can't even tell you what kind of car it was for sure. Semi Sharp, the freak showing up, was very disturbing. It's, I think we can all appreciate people wishing, well wishes and wishing for hope and wanting to leave the flowers and the notes and all the things can be appreciated. But for the people who, what it turned into, right? When it was like, don't go after the streamers, and then boy, then it was like, oh yeah, you better not. And then it was like a bunch of weird shit happened. Now it really looks bad. And then we got a girl with her ass hanging out claiming to be a true crimer. And we're like, oh no, 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 no. What's going on here? It turned into a shit show out there in front of this woman's house, and it was completely disrespectful on all levels. Of course, we didn't mind seeing what was happening there day to day with the law enforcement, which probably to them was so fucking aggravating, if we're being honest. FBI put on a real good face and ignored the shit out of the people and just went on about their business. But I'm sure it was incredibly aggravating to do so, or to have to do so. And then what it turned into right out there, what it turned into was insane. Okay, guys, let me get situated here. Let me get this up. I need to go and grab a drink too before we get. All right. So, how many of you have heard about the Caleb Flynn, Ashley Flynn case? Pima County showed up after the drunk guy was on someone's stream. They must be watching. People were in the chat were saying they called. People in the chat have been saying they've been calling cops for a week. It needed to kind of be. It needed to be. They needed to slow their roll, right? They needed to slow their roll. I have heard call the cops, or saw the phrase "call the cops" in chats, or "I called the cops," "I called the cops." I'm like, damn, they're getting inundated with. There's like literally thousands of people in this chat, and I don't even know how many of them said they called the cops because of, I don't even remember why. It was so frivolous. It was so weird. It was like, oh goodness. So who are you talking about, Butterfly? I gotta back up, I guess, and see what you're talking about. There was a drunk guy today out there. Oh, good lord. Where'd you see it? On JLR's stream? If there was a drunk guy today, I didn't see a drunk guy today. I just saw the people who came and went inside the home, and then the people who were out there with the metal detector. I didn't watch all that today. I have no clue. So if there was a drunk guy today on top of the guy who walked the line the other night, and on top of the naked girl out front, they need to just, like I said yesterday, shut down the whole damn street. It's over. We're done. Hang on, what, the sheriff was talking BS about Brian? What are y'all, Butterfly? What's happening? What? I'm confused. Did you saw something somewhere, like an article or an interview, where the sheriff was bad mouthing something? Uh, like everybody, I think everybody's wanting to know the same thing I'm asking. What? Okay, do I need to bring Butterfly on JLR today? A drunk guy shows up, and then how does bashing Brian come into the picture with the sheriff? Where does that come in at? The drunk guy was talking BS about Brian. Oh, you can't reason with a drunk, can you? uh, I'd have to go through his live and look for the drunk guy. What does the drunk guy look like? It's easy to find if I know what I'm looking for. Oh, it was probably one of JLR's supporters who were upset that Brian got something that JLR didn't. It ain't our fault JLR left the scene. Freaks. Okay, so oh, is it somebody I'm familiar with? Butterfly, so somebody different. Okay, so a, a, a drunk guy shows up today on JLR's live talking about cartels, and he knows who did it. Okay, well, yeah, and talking BS about Brian. Yeah, such a bunch of bullshit. Exactly. Yeah, not me says show us. I don't know if I can find it. Uh, Let me see. The other day I watched, like I had it on in the background all day, and like a bunch of crazy stuff happened. I have not watched it today at all. Well, I did skim through it at one point looking for the. Okay, is this guy got a hat on by any chance? And then he went on a search. Is it that guy? Or is it a different guy? Because I know who the other guy is. He has been. He's been so many steps ahead. 83, hasn't he? JLR's just there to film and document. Film and document. Nothing more. Film and document. Talk to the people. Give the people a voice. Okay, so we are past the people looking for the lie detector. Metal detector. Butterfly, if you can look at a transcript and find the time spot there, timestamp in there somewhere, that'd be okay. I need to know what the guy looks like. No hat. Okay, I just looked down and saw that. It's after the people came and went inside. They're all in the car. Okay, hold up. I don't know. I don't know. Y'all may have to go look for it and find it yourself. I just don't. Wait, is he having a blue shirt or is that the news guy? Hold on. Uh-oh. Okay, I think I found him. Lord, help my soul. Here we go. Let's see. All right, I think this is the beginning of it. All right. A look on JLR's X. This is the guy got on a blue shirt, right? Brown hair. Okay.
Oh yeah, that one. What house is that?
Tell me if this is the guy.
Oh, that's that house.
If y'all have seen it.
Yeah, that lady's very protective.
See where they pulled in?
Oh, the house down the street.
Yeah, she's very protective.
Okay, yeah, this is him then coming up happy, navy shirt, yeah.
Dance. Okay. I came to party. All right. Give me Brian Guthrie's number.
Who?
Who?
Brian.
Who are you looking for?
Yep.
You
Let's
came to
interview
party?
you.
How you doing, man?
But James. My name's Alex. Nice to
James, what's going on?
How you doing,
meet you.
James?
James. I know everybody in this town.
Tell us about where Nancy's at.
Okay, this is him. His name is James, and he knows everybody in this town. And everybody's gonna get down, and this town ain't never gonna be the same. Dude, what the hell are you stumbling up here with that? All right, he comes in, he knows everything. Or everybody.
I know exactly where she's at.
Fill us in. We're looking. We're okay.
I
Look,
definitely know where she's
we're the
at.
searchers.
Okay, yeah,
Let me
tell
know.
us.
So he was asking what were Brian Guthrie. Now he's claiming he knows where Nancy's at. So if you were legit, you wouldn't be walking up to Alex and telling him in JLR.
We're not law enforcement. We're searchers. Let us know.
We're like you.
I
We
know
want to bring
exactly.
it home. Tell us.
Where's she at, James?
Walter Nash.
Or
I'm an attorney.
Who?
an attorney has her.
Attorney drug dealer.
Attorney drug dealer has her.
I don't know if he does or not, but he knows where fucking cartel money is at.
What's his name?
Walter Nash.
Walter Nash. Who is
Drug
he?
dealer.
Drug dealer.
Piece of shit fucking drug dealer.
What the?
Whoa.
Watch your language. This is
No, no.
Oh,
He
okay,
could speak.
sorry.
This is raw. So how do you know that he?
JLR. Yeah. No, whoa. Freedom of speech. You can speak. Calm down, criminal network. Calm down. Let it roll, buddy.
Is involved with Nancy?
I don't know if he is or not, but he knows every cartel fucking person in this fucking place, man. You know what I'm saying?
How do we reach him?
Okay, if that's true, this guy just put a mark on his ass. You dumb fuck.
Yeah.
You
I
know,
believe you. If you're local.
Did you turn that information into authorities?
You from Tucson? Yeah. I live here too, but I just moved here like 6 months ago. But I love it.
I swear to God, that's
83.
exactly. If someone knows who that is, and that's what I was saying. Give me this Brian Guthrie. Give me Brian Guthrie.
You live locally around here?
Yeah, Orville.
Who's Brian? Who's he asking for? The toupee, I was 83. When he turned his head, I was like, oh my God, what am I looking at right now? Oh boy. He's looking for a Brian Guthrie. Of course, this guy's full of shit, obviously. But what if he's right about some of that cartel stuff and the names around the town, and we're like, oh, dude, you better go into hiding now. You can come out here and let your drunkenness take over. And oh,
Oro Valley.
Did you give this information to law enforcement?
They already know it. I mean,
They know it, but did you give the
Sometimes you
Look,
information?
I'll give you. I'll tell you what. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you need to. Look, I'm looking for. I'm trying to find this chick. Yeah. You know what I mean?
This who, Nancy?
Chicken. You know what I'm saying? I mean, chicken. You know what I'm saying?
Chicken?
Chica.
Oh, like Spanish, the chica, the female.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're with you. That's what we're doing. That's what we want trying to do. We're trying to trying to wash us. We're trying to covert the
100%.
homeless. We don't know where she's at. We don't know where to look.
He knows where she's at
How would he know?
because he's a fucking cartel drug dealer.
I mean, it's very believable. I don't know.
Or where do you think he's at? How do you think this guy makes money?
I don't know. Tell me.
He
he's an
makes
attorney?
money from.
not me. The guy on the right here, the big guy, he has a channel called Criminal Network. And I think he's on Facebook. Alex, I can't remember his last name.
Fucking drug
Cartels.
dealers.
Yeah.
Who is Walter Nash?
Walter Nash is a piece of fucking shit.
Where does he work? What kind of
He
attorney?
works right downtown.
An attorney?
Or is he like a
Hell no, he
prosecutor?
ain't no public defender,
A
man.
prosecutor or just a defense
No,
attorney?
dude, he robs fucking drug dealers, man. You know what I'm saying? He don't work for the government. He fucking takes money from people.
So how about this, James? So look, if he did it, what was his motive to get Nancy? What's his motive? Like, if you know he's a piece of shit, he's a drug dealer, what would be his motive to take Nancy?
Because one of them owed him money.
What, a family member or something? Maybe?
Someone owed him money. Trust me, I live in this fucking place, man.
Yeah.
This is my town. You know what I mean?
This is his town. That's his town. He lives there. Somebody owed the cartel money. Well, did that person have contact with said cartel? Because so far their phones are coming up clean, apparently. This dude's got some dealings we aren't aware of, y'all. He knows some shit.
I mean, who can figure it out? You know, you got my dad over there, all right? You know what I'm saying?
What? Your
We're
dad?
trying to, we're trying to
That's
figure.
awesome.
We're trying to fix
So
this.
that's what we're doing too. I'm a local. We're just trying to find her.
He has his dad with him. Hold on. Wonder where they live.
You can say that too, man. I hate that piece of shit.
What did
You
he
know
do
what
to
I'm
you? Like, how do you know him?
Yeah. What do you do to you, man?
Like, what's
Fill us
going
in.
on?
You know what I don't like about him?
Huh.
Because he poisons people.
How with the?
Drugs.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I think you should go to the police with this information. If they don't know. You said they know?
He thinks they know. I think you should probably share that.
I think we're just coming out here. Look, I brought my dad out of here. I was trying to find the reporter that would
Oh, you're talking about Brian?
No,
Brian
fuck
Anthony?
that guy, man. He's a fucking cartel fucking drug dealer, man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Right.
You know? I mean, that's where if anybody knows, that's who knows.
You know anybody who has any?
Who are you here with? Are you driving?
His dad. No.
Your dad's driving?
I would have said something. So your dad, huh?
And my dad doesn't know that. I've been in federal prison for like 20 years. You know what I'm saying?
Life happens, right?
You know what I'm saying? Life happens and shit, and I
Right.
know exactly. If anybody in this town knows who did
Is
it,
it maybe because you have a grudge on him? Maybe?
yeah, maybe you could say.
Okay. You know, I can see how that could be.
Maybe you could say that. But
Yeah, this dude better take his ass onto the house and buckle up, Buttercup. 'Cause you might have ran your mouth a little too much about your own personal bullshit. Wow. Yeah, he didn't even really. I don't think the guy caught who they were even talking about, if y'all watch that carefully. He's like, I was looking for a reporter, and when Alex says, "Oh, Brian Enton," he's like, "Oh, fuck that guy. He's a cartel." I don't even think he realized who the hell he was talking about. And they didn't even go into any more about Brian Enton after that. If they did, I'd done turned it off by now because that dude's full of shit. As far as that having to do anything with Miss Nancy. But the stuff he did say, dude, yeah, that's your town. You know it. And you just said you do got a grudge there. So you go figure out your cartel business. None of mine. I don't want to know. Go talk to his dad. His poor dad probably got made. He was probably forced to drive his son because his son probably don't have a driver's license. He might have had too many DUIs in the past. Why is his daddy driving him? Is this guy got the common sense to know I shouldn't drive today? I had a few too many. What's up with daddy driving you? At this point, dude, take your drunk ass out of here. Like, for real. God, these idiots, man. So we can see every day before our eyes. Not everybody's playing with a full deck. I mean, it's right in front of our eyes every day, almost. So somebody who wasn't playing with a full deck decided it was a good idea to take Miss Nancy. Oh, it's wild. There's no telling what will happen tomorrow out there if they continue to stay out there. I don't know how much longer the media who are there now can or will stay at this point. I think a couple of them are going to do their best to hold out and try, but eventually they're going to have to go home at some point, take care of a little business at least, and maybe come back and do some follow ups. But what do you do? The cops are even pulling back, and they've packed up and left town. Who are you going to interview? You know what I mean? There's a lot to think about as far as that goes. And we know how it works with mainstream media, including with NBC. Um, the story just doesn't stay in the spotlight long once pullback starts happening, because other things are coming, and there's going to be this, and then the next missing person, and the next homicide, and the next war, and the next whatever is happening. It's always something. It's sad to think this could turn into one of those cases where we don't know. And 2 years from now, we'll be going, just like with Sebastian Rogers, going, it's been 2 years and they don't know where he's at. Am I going to be sitting here in 2 years wondering, will they ever find Miss Nancy? It's so crazy to think about. And it happens every day. Okay, let me get something set up here. Okay, so let me get everything ready here. Okay, so this is a story about Caleb and Ashley Flynn. Have any of you seen anything about this case yet, or have heard anything about it other than me mention it over the past week at least, saying I want to get to it and haven't yet? I'm going to do that tonight. I'm going to attempt to. We still got some time left before I decide I'm hungry and all the things for later. But I wanted to start getting this unpacked, right? So this case comes out of Ohio, Tipp City, Ohio, actually. And let me see here. Let me get my paper. So this just happened at the beginning. Where's my actual date on when this occurred? Because I have my arrest date and all that. The 16th. Where did that go? 16th, and then the 18th. That was the arrest, I believe. I believe it was the 16th. I'll look at my dates. Anyway, so this man was a former contestant on American Idol. And he didn't win or progress like super far into everything and all the things. Um, he was married to a woman named Ashley, and they had two little girls together. And in 2005, he was like on the basketball team back in Minnesota, and they won 3 state titles. In 2013, he was when he auditioned for the American Idol season 12. In July 2015 through February 21st, he was a worship director. They were very religious and involved with their churches, right? Um, he was also a member of the Free Chapel Church out of Spartanburg, South Carolina. 2021 to 2026, he worked for a financial company, um, and then moved to vice president of sales of something. Then he was a worship pastor at a Christian Life Center in Tipp City, back in Ohio. His wife was Ashley. He was 39, I believe, and she was 37. They were married, of course, mother of two. She was a graduate from Tipp City High School herself. But in 2010, she attended Lee University. The two of them met in college at Lee University, which is over in Tennessee. Um, she became a substitute teacher in her previous time, but at the time at an elementary school. So she was full time elementary school at one point, and then she became a substitute teacher. But she also taught like 7th grade volleyball. She also taught at what that was known as the LifeWise Academy. So they got married in like 2010. They were married for like 15 years or whatever. Um, People would describe them as like the perfect couple, right? Like the perfect couple. Okay. So when this first happened, Plunder doesn't live far from where it happened. And she listening to the body cam, and she's like, something is like weird and off, right, with this. And she put it out there. And she was careful not to like accuse anybody of anything. But it was like, man. So then he got arrested, right? And it was like totally wild. So I'm going to play you like a news clip from the beginning of when it happened. And then we have the 911 call from when he called the police. So this man is going to call the police and tell them that there was a home invasion, that somebody broke into their home, attempted robbery, and shot his wife. But his daughters were in their room in bed asleep. I'm assuming they shared a room because he tells the 911 operator he was awake but in the room with his daughters, or I was with my daughters. My first thought was, why, if your daughters were asleep, were you in the room with your daughters? Weird. But he says that's when the intruder came in, went to their bedroom, shot his wife, and ran away. That's what he says happened. Um, Not so fast. He got arrested a couple days later for himself for shooting his wife. I think it was like 2:30 in the morning when they got a call on the 16th of February for a burglary in progress, right? Um, and then that he was arrested a couple days later. It was like by February 20th, he was doing his video arraignment with the police department. All right, so let me pull up this little news clip from the local media there. Okay, cool, butterfly. I've been trying to keep up with it, right? On my downtime from the Nancy Guthrie case and everything. I got a charging document as well, but we'll see if we get to all of it tonight. All right, so this is. Oh, oh let me. My paper tried to fly away. I had the fan on low. Okay, so this is a local news station there. Um, so this is like after the crime had been reported, and this is what they had to say about it.
As a Tipp City school teacher is killed in her very own home.
Her husband and her 2 children survived the ordeal. Now police are searching for a suspect. 2 News reporter Morgan Anderson is live at the scene working to learn more. Morgan, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Jack, Lauren, as you can see behind me, this is the home that's now taped off after a burglary gone wrong, which became a homicide. Tipp City Police and the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation are actively investigating the scene after 37-year-old Ashley Flynn was shot this morning in her home. It happened on Cunningham Court just after 2:30 this morning. Police were called for a reported burglary where a woman inside the home had been shot. Flynn's husband and 2 children were present when officers arrived. Flynn was announced dead at the scene. Both canines and drones were deployed to look for any suspects, but none were found in the search. 2 News spoke with the police on the scene to learn if they had any leads on a suspect or new information. However, they were unable to share any information at this time. We also spoke with residents of the neighborhood, and there was a shared general consensus. They can't believe this happened in their community of all places, nor to the Flynn family.
The neighbors here are all close. They all keep a good eye out on everybody. My sister's lived here for probably 30 years and never had a problem in the neighborhood. Yeah, so it's really kind of shocking.
That same neighbor and everyone we spoke to in the community says they're devastated. Coming up at 5, we're going to tell you Ashley Flynn's ties to Tipp City schools and the impact.
Okay, so that's when it first happened, right? Because that was what was reported. It was a robbery attempt or break-in, and this woman was shot. Well, when you watch or listen to the 911 call, you're going to hear how weird he was acting, right? But the cop, this female cop, she's like so like calm. It's like her demeanor never changes throughout this whole thing. It's weird. It's kind of weird. But there's a side door, right, to the garage. Like there's an interior door from the house to the garage, and then there's another door from the garage to the outside. That door to the outside, on the inside of the garage, it had a refrigerator up against it. So for an intruder to open up that exterior door, they got to push that refrigerator out of the way and get into the garage that way. And in the 911 call, he noted, I was in the room with my daughters, so therefore he didn't see anything, and the intruder didn't see him or the girls. He just ran in and shot the wife and ran out. And then the operator believes he's a woman at one point, and she's a little bit confused about where he's at in the house, and he's with Ashley, the wife, who's been shot, but she thinks he's in the room with the daughters, and she's like, is she breathing? But it was all really strange. So I'm gonna let you guys hear it, and then we'll also look at when he got arrested, some of that body cam that went down. But that was his story, right? That he woke up, or he was awake, for whatever reason, he was in the room with his children, and the children never woke up, apparently, like at all, through any of this. In fact, he had to call his mother. They allowed him to call his mom, and they allowed him to call Ashley's mom. Anyway, they came over, and he was allowed to give them the children. I think his mom got the children. So let's pull up this 911 call. Let me get my... Oh, before I do that, let me show you this clip of this guy. So here's what this guy said during his American Idol appearance, which was crazy. Let me get to that. Because I found it to be such a strange thing to say. Now, again, warning, there has been a video out there about this case, and I'm going to show you something in a minute pertaining to that, another 911 call that happened. But there was a whole video put out that this man was having an affair with another woman from the church. Here's her face, here's her name, blah, 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 blah. They were like, it's in the court documents. They had text exchanges hours leading up to this shooting. None of that was true. It wasn't in the court documents I had. It wasn't in the ones Plunder had. It wasn't in anybody's court documents but this one person's video. So then after that happened, that girl that this video put forth, her mother was getting knocks on the door. And we got the 911 call from that too. But here's what the weirdo had to say about himself and his wife back when he auditioned. I think this is the second time, according to him, because apparently he was a vocalist. He sang for Jesus.
My name is Caleb Flynn. I'm from Tipp City, Ohio. I auditioned because I'm sure everybody says it, but music is all I know. It's what I live to do, and I love to sing, so that's why I auditioned. Maybe my wife kind of nudged me a little bit too. My first thought when I got my golden ticket, honestly, all I could do was cover my face because I cried a little bit. I'm kind of a crybaby. I get it from my mom and my dad. But it was honestly just pure joy, excitement. I tried out for American Idol 2 or 3 years ago and I didn't make it. And so to get this was all the more sweeter and all the more meaningful. So it was awesome. The person that inspires me to be an informer, I guess, would say the Lord. I'm a music pastor, and so that's my job every week is to go up there and to sing and to connect what I do on stage to the congregation. So first and foremost, obviously, is the Lord. Thing that makes me unique, you know, I absolutely love the Lord. I love my wife more than anything. She is very, very pretty.
He loves his wife more than anything. She is very, very pretty. Now, that ain't all he's got to say about his wife. Hold up, there's more.
Oof, I love her.
Oof, I love her. Because she's very, very pretty. Oh my God, here we go.
But you know, I'm just a normal person who absolutely loves to sing more than anything in the world, and I think I have a different sound in my voice. I have something to offer. My favorite past Idol contestant would probably be Carrie Underwood.
Oh, she is good. She's really pretty, and the girl can really honestly sing her ass off. But okay, Carrie Underwood, here we go.
She's just absolutely incredible. Love her attitude and just her passion for what she does. And I promise you, if my wife dyed her hair blonde, she would look just like her. I'm the next American.
What? It was obsessed much? He's so in love with Carrie Underwood and her beautiful blonde hair that if his pretty wife would dye her hair, she would look just like Carrie Underwood. So all he had to say about his wife through this whole vote for me, I love Jesus and can sing for the Lord, my wife is pretty, I love Carrie Underwood, if my wife dyed her hair, she would look like Carrie Underwood. That's our takeaway from that whole thing. And I was like, wow. So I wanted to show you guys that before I played you the 911 call. Okay? It was a method to my madness. Weirdo.
American Idol because, you know, I can honestly say one thing about me is I love to learn. And so if I hear something that I can do differently or do something that make myself better, I'm going to do everything I can to do it. And so if the judges tell me this is what's going to help, I'm going to do it. And I work harder than anybody I know. And so when I want something, I'm going to go after it.
Oh my God.
Okay. That's just like weird, right? Like who the hell? Yeah, he didn't he certainly gave more props to Carrie than he did his own wife, right? Now I have a loving, supporting wife. She's the mother of my children. She supports me in my endeavors, my music, and my singing for the Lord, whatever. None of that. Just she's pretty. Oof, I love her because she's pretty, right? That was like, dude, you got lucky and got a pretty girl. Like, shut up. Okay. Now we'll play the 911 call. And for somebody who is going to be arrested a couple days later for the murder of his wife, because we have the charging documents, this is going to be an act, right? Now, granted, innocent until proven guilty. We have not went to court, but the evidence at the time is not looking favorable for the defendant, right? So you got a little arrogance going on over there with my wife's just pretty, but she could do better. And now then we go to an intruder who shot my wife, and he gets specific during the call as well about how many times his wife was shot. Now think about that. If she's shot in the head, even more than once or twice, are you going to actually know exactly what took place? You're just going to know something horrible, and it might be, you don't know what it is. You're assuming it could be that, but you're going to get all technical on some of the things. So a lot of the things he said was already red flag, right? All right, let me get this up here. Yeah, they always start out with "I love them" more than anything, don't they? Creeps, family members. Okay, so here's his 911 call. I'm gonna mute when I start it so I could go run grab a drink in the beginning. I'll be right back. Let me make sure y'all can hear it in the chat before I am semi-sharp. Like, that's all he had to say? My wife is pretty. I'm like, dude, shut the... Like, that's all you got to say, right? As long as I got the pretty girl, everything is great. Until she told you were full of shit and get it together. Lordy, I can't with that stuff. All right, here we go. Here's his 911 call.
Miami
County 911.
Oh my! Somebody broke into my home. Somebody broke into my home and shot my wife.
Are they still in there?
I don't know.
Okay, what's the address?
932 Cunningham Court, Tipp City, Ohio. Please hurry. Please hurry.
Okay. What are you seeing?
My wife she's got 2 shots to her head. There's blood everywhere. Oh my God. Sir, please.
Ma'am, I need you to take a deep breath, okay? Do you still see anybody in the house?
No, the door to the garage was wide open. Please hurry, please. Oh my God. My daughters are here. My daughters are here.
Where's she at?
She's in the bed.
Are you with her?
I am in the room. I'm looking at her. Yes, please.
Okay. Do you guys have the door locked?
We have the doors to the garage locked, but into the house, yes. Please. Oh my God. Please.
Where's that room at in the house? My partner's getting them dispatched, okay? But I need you to answer my questions so I can get you help as fast as I can, okay?
What question?
Where are you guys at in the house?
I'm in the bedroom with her right now.
Okay.
My daughters are in their room.
So you are not with the children?
I was with the children when it happened.
Okay, but you're not with them now?
No, they're in their room. They're not even awake. Oh my God. Sir, please.
Okay. They are heading that way, okay? I need you to take a deep breath for me. Are you hearing anything?
No, I rubbed her leg and said her name. She's not answering.
Okay. Your daughter's not answering you?
Okay, I'm back. So see, she said your daughter's not answering you, but he was talking about his wife. I rubbed her leg and she didn't answer. I was like, what? Yeah. Yeah, she called him ma'am. Okay, so I picked up on that. Okay. Corey Rickens 2.0. Okay, so here I'm gonna let him talk some more. Yeah, he really he laid it on thick. Okay, he did.
I'm sorry. No, hold on. I'm putting on my shirt. What'd you say? What'd you say?
Your daughter's not answering you?
No, they're across the room.
Okay.
In their room.
Okay. Are you hearing any kind of noise inside the house?
No, her face is, oh sir, her face is white as good ghost. Please hurry.
Okay, whose face?
My wife's face.
Your wife's face?
The one, yes, the one who was shot.
She was what?
Shot, I said.
Okay, where was she shot at?
In the head. I hope there's blood everywhere.
Okay, is she breathing?
I don't think so. Ashley, baby.
So he's like, he don't even think she's breathing. He don't think so. Ashley, baby. Like he hasn't like checked for a pulse yet. He just says he can't wake her. Hey Jet. So his story was, he was in the room with the daughters. I don't know if one had a nightmare, woke up and yelled, screamed, cried, and he ran to go figure out what was going on. And just so happens while he's doing that, an intruder comes in the garage door on the left side of the home over there, makes his way into the home, goes through the house, goes into the master or the primary, shoots the wife, and maybe by that time, he hears the gunshot and he startles the assailant and that guy runs away. I think that's his story, because I don't know why he's in the room with his kids in the middle of the night. He never said why, but the kids apparently never woke up. But this happened while he's in the room with his children. Intruder comes in, shoots his wife, and then runs away, apparently.
Baby, please. Oh my God, she's not.
Okay, she's not responding to you?
No. Oh my God.
Okay, do you see anybody in the house now?
No, it's pitch black and the doors are locked. The door leading to the garage door was wide open when I ran in there.
Okay, do you see any kind of vehicles?
No. Wait, no, the door, there's a side door in our garage door that's open by the, oh my God.
Okay. Okay, I need you to just take a deep breath for me, okay? They're getting to you as quick as they can. Is that door still open?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So, did he see someone run in that direction and he ran after them and then the door was open? Or after he found his wife, he ran to go see if they were still in the house and noticed the door open? That'd be like, I'd be like, when did you notice that door open? Right? And they're going to note later this big refrigerator that would have been in front of the door.
What do I do?
Is she breathing at all?
I don't think so.
Oh, let me know, according to the documents, because we haven't read that yet. Just listen to this. Is like the 911 call at the very beginning. His truck apparently is going to be parked in the garage, right? And in the console of his truck is his 9mm. So an intruder is going to come in through the garage, go into the console of the truck, take his weapon, go through the home, shoot his wife while he's in another room with their children. So the casings they find will match his gun, right? And then the guy ran away. That's what we're to believe.
Okay. If you are comfortable, I want you to go and find the cloth, and I want you to put a cloth on that gunshot wound, okay?
Like a towel?
Yes, like a towel, but do not apply direct pressure to it. Just put it on that blood wound, okay?
Okay. Oh my God. Oh my, okay.
I need you to just take a deep breath for me, okay?
Okay. Okay.
Just get that cloth, and I want you to put it on that wound, but don't apply direct pressure to it, okay? They're coming to you as quick as they can, okay?
I just laid it on her head.
Okay. Where are the juveniles? Are they okay? Have you checked on them?
I haven't checked on them.
Okay. Can you go check on the juveniles for me?
The police is here. The police is here.
He said, I haven't checked on them. He's like, okay, can you go check on the juveniles? He's talking about the kids, right? And then it's, okay, the police are here. The police are here. It's like he knows those girls are fine. He knows it.
Okay. Can you go check on the juveniles for me?
Wait, the cops just pulled. They just left. They just left.
Okay. I need you to go check on the juveniles for me, okay?
They're still sleeping. They're still sleeping.
Okay, you still see them breathing? You don't see any wounds on them?
No. The cop just pulled away. Sir. The cop is here.
Okay. I want you to... Okay, open the door for him so he can get into her, okay?
Okay, he's running. He's coming to me. Sir! What? I don't know. The door to the garage door was wide open. I'm her husband. No, I don't think so. You put the dog someplace? Yes. Give me something for a cloth over her head. Okay.
Hey, ma'am, do you still have me on the phone here?
It's wide open.
Okay.
And I went to, and then there's a door all the way to the right. That one's open. Behind it. Oh my God. Yeah. Bring it. My daughters are in the bedroom over there. They're still asleep. Sure. The 911. Yes. No, every door. Listen. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! I'm texting me once now.
So you can hear the cops coming in the background. You can hear everything going on, right?
First tonight, a community is mourning after a former Tipp City teacher.
Okay. It went into the next piece for there. Yeah, so we're getting like over the top vibes. I see you guys' comments. He's like trying too hard. It is. That wasn't all of it. There's more. There's more. when he starts explaining how the person got in, and then when the document goes into a more detail of things, it was like, wait a minute, this guy really expects people to believe this, right? This is crazy. First of all, why is a guy going to break in unarmed and hope you got a gun readily available? Makes his job easier. That's why I always say to the people who say, well, it got stolen from the vehicle and you didn't secure your vehicle. That sounds real smart, don't it? Or sounds real productive. Like, I don't get it. Okay. Yeah, his story alone, right? Of how I was in the room with my daughters. That alone was weird because, even in the Tip A murders, they were in the bed together and they were shot by the same person. There was no attempt on this man's life whatsoever. None. Even if he had come out of the room and say he did go check on his daughters and he came out of the room and startled somebody, right? First of all, why are they just going to go straight in and shoot your wife? Because she's asleep. They could just robbed her and pieced out. But say he startled them. They didn't even attempt to shoot him. Like, what? So that was the 911 call, right? And at that point, he was not arrested that night. So he was let go. I mean, I don't even think he was considered. I think he was considered a possible suspect because the cops are good. When you see the other body cam that Plunder got, you're going to see parts of that night also in the new stuff, right? And you're going to see they were already suspicious, especially because of the entry point. That door being the garage door being open with what the refrigerator, how it would have been in front of it and how you would have had to open it, right? Was a red flag to these cops immediately. Plus the fact that it's his gun that was actually used and his story about how somebody else obtained it and used it. It was just, dude, come on. So I'm sure, I hope that the local authorities tested him that night for gunpowder residue on his hands. Why would they not, right? Why would they not? Would you believe his story immediately and never think about you need to do that? Or would you it doesn't matter what his story is, I need to do that? I think it should be, I don't matter what his story is, I need to do that. Wow, I hope so. I got to see if we can get our hands on all the documents. We love some documents around here. It's kind of like our thing. And I've been a minute since I got the deep dive a document. Idaho won't give me any more. Okay, so this has a little bit about Ashley in it. So we're going to take a look at that. This is I think,
after a former Tipp City teacher and current volleyball coach was killed inside her own home.
37-year-old Ashley Flynn leaves behind a husband, 2 children, and a community struggling to process that loss. 2 News reporter Morgan Anderson has been tracking new developments all day and spoke with neighbors who say they never expected something like this in their town. She joins us live from Tipp City. Morgan.
Yeah, Jack, Lauren, as you can see behind me, I am at the Flynn family home as we saw yesterday, still taped off, and honestly investigators have been in and out all day. What you're seeing now actually isn't too accurate. They just left from a little bit ago. But here in Tipp City, many are still trying to process how something like this could happen in a place that they describe as so safe and so safe-knit. In a community known for quiet streets and Friday night lights, news of a homicide has left many in shock.
Tipp City's quiet, so I'm not at all.
It's very shocking because I've thought about this. I cried, made me very sad to think that, because she's a beautiful lady and she has such a big heart.
37-year-old Ashley Flynn was shot inside her home early Monday morning. She was pronounced dead at the scene. Her husband and 2 children were inside the home, but were not injured. For community members, it's hard to believe.
This is like not even that big of a town.
Many quick to pray, like Connie Henderson after her daughter told her the news.
I have a lot of people that pray. So she asked me to pray for the family and that how devastated everybody was. So I was more than happy to text all my prayer buddies and ask them to pray.
Tipp City police are working with state and federal agencies as they continue to process evidence and follow up on tips. An autopsy was completed today and the results are still pending. But tonight, many here say their focus is on the woman behind the headlines and her family.
I've been praying for him and for the daughters and for the family, her maybe parents, grandparents, whoever, relatives, that they find peace and comfort through prayer.
So Ashley was the mother of 2. Like I said, she was at the time, it was a couple of days before her birthday, actually, I think, when this happened. She was a part-time substitute teacher, and she was also the volleyball coach. So she was very active in the community, and a lot of people knew her. And it was a very quiet, safe neighborhood by all accounts. So for a random act of burglary like that would be rare to begin with, but for his story we saw that it was just like it was like, what are you saying here, guy? So what would prompt this guy to do that? There's no real evidence of anything yet. We don't know why. If it was him just being unhappy in a marriage, if there was another woman involved, or if he thought maybe his wife was involved, or I can never divorce because in the eyes of the Lord that's a sin, but I can kill you instead. I don't know. It's happened before. Who knows what would bring someone to do that? See, humans will do crazy things to other people all the time. I have a doc. Yeah, he got arrested. We're gonna look at that. Let me show you the doc. Let me pull up what I do have. Semi, hold on. Let me get that. Thank you. Yes, he got arrested on the, what did I say, the 18th? I think it was, just a couple days later. All right, let me get this up. I think there's some CAD reports out there and stuff that I don't have yet, but I've got the charging thing. Let's see. It would be here under this. Okay. All right, let me get the screen up again. Okay. So this is from the county is Miami County. It is in Ohio though. So this is in the Miami County Municipal Court in Troy, Ohio. And this is one complaint. A criminal charge, and let's see, the February 20th is the charging date on this one, okay? Before me, notary public, all that good stuff. Okay, now this one I found interesting because of the wording, the verbiage. I don't know if it's like that's supposed to be standard or this means something to this case. A peace officer authorized to administer oaths of clerk of Miami County. Okay. Ohio came Detective Morgan, who being sworn also. Let me get into the gist. Okay. On or about February 16th, 2026, that's the date of the incident when Ashley was shot. Caleb Flynn in the city of Tipp City, county of Miami, state of Idaho, did purposely cause the death of another or unlawful termination of another's pregnancy. And I thought, why is that in there? Cause of death of another, which I get, that would be Ashley. But they also put, it says, or the unlawful termination. So I was like, is that just standard language? Or is that telling us something we don't know yet, right? So I don't know what that means for sure. So there's that one. Special specifications. The affiant further finds and specifies that the offender had a firearm on or about the offender's person or under the offender's control while committing the offense, and it describes the 9mm handgun. I've got she's got a video on YouTube as well of some of that body cam stuff, Butterfly. We have that. I didn't get it all Patreon this time though. I just used what she has on YouTube so far. And I know they were still redacting some stuff she was waiting on, I think. I think. Okay. Because I got more stuff to show that I got from Plunder's channel. In fact, one of y'all mods drop her in the I'm sorry, I had something in my eye. Drop her link in the chat, please. Y'all know we always like to rely on some of her good stuff here. She gets all the good FOIA requests. Okay. Which I knew the first time she got that first one, the original, the 911 when it came out. I was like, you're going to be getting all the stuff, aren't you? She's like, yep, because it was just too interesting to her. So I knew she'd be getting all the goods. Okay, and the February 20th timestamp on this one, too. Okay, so criminal charge. This is for the felonious assault charge. Again, all the things. February 16th, Caleb Flynn in the city of Tipp City, County of Miami, state of Ohio, knowingly cause or attempt to cause physical harm to another and to another's unborn by means of a deadly weapon. It says, or to another's unborn So I don't know. Deadly weapon or dangerous ordinance. And then it says, to wit, Caleb Flynn murdered his wife, and then they redacted her name, by shooting her with a firearm in the morning of the hours of February 16th. So they're directly charging him with that. Specifications. The affiant further finds that and specifies that the offender had a firearm on or about his persons or under his control, and there is the 9mm, obviously. Okay. Yeah, Plunder's where you'll go find all the videos. Now, the 911 call we looked at was from a news agent, a local media there, but she also has it on her channel. But all the other stuff I will show you did come from her channel. Okay, so this one is a felonious assault again. Same thing, Caleb, the city, okay. Knowingly cause or attempt physical harm to another's unborn baby. Murder his wife in the morning hours of the 16th. And again, they talk about the firearm. So that one was the third page of this 5-page, and that was like, go down. Now this one was the fourth one. Okay. Tampering with the evidence charge. This one says that on or about February 16th, Caleb Flynn of Tipp City, Miami County of Ohio, knowingly that an official proceeding or investigation is in progress or is about to be, likely to be instituted, make, present, or use any record, document, or thing knowing it to be false with the purpose to mislead a public official who is or may be use or engaged in the proceeding or investigation, or with purpose to corrupt the outcome of any proceedings. So they got him charged with tampering with the evidence because he attempted to cover up what happened, right? And all the things. So Caleb Flynn murdered his wife in the morning hours of February 16th. Officers were led astray by the staging of the crime scene. And they specify again using the firearm, and it was in his control, and again it was the 9mm handgun. Okay. And then again, tampering with the evidence. Officers were led astray by the staging of the crime scene. So it's pretty much the same thing as the prior document said. They just have it filed twice for whatever reason. So he'd got he did get tampering with evidence. He got felonious charges and all the things. So he absolutely got charged within just in no time. I don't think it took him long to figure out this guy is not telling the truth here. Nah, he's not being honest today in his attempt to appear to be completely distraught. Come across as a little much, didn't it? Exactly, Forrest. That was what I was saying. If that word salad of the document, right? Because it was and or. Why we got the or even in there if it's not? Should it be considered at this point? Don't make us think that. But yes, wouldn't that add another level of that could be a motive as well? I don't even want this marriage anymore. Now we got a possible child in the picture. Now how do we? You look at the Chris Watts case. Wasn't his wife pregnant? Come to find out, or no, was that them? I may have that confused with a different case. I can't remember, but I thought that was the case. But who knows? What would prompt a man to do that, especially a man of God? Jesus did not tell you to. Well, we just saw a case where Jesus told a man to go swimming, and a lady thought a fish swallowed her husband and thought she was giving her baby to Jesus. So I can't say what was this man willing to do for Jesus, because I just covered a case right ahead of his. People are willing to do weird things for Jesus, but I don't think he was doing that here. I think he was using Jesus to pretend to be a good guy, right? That's what I'm getting, that vibe. I'm getting one of those kind of guy vibes. Damn it, man. Okay. Let me check something here. Oh, wait. I don't care what. What you just sent me, Butterfly, in the chat, I mean, that might be what's already on Plunder's thing. I don't know. I haven't reviewed what you sent me because just I see his body cam where he's asking about is she gone and the things. But I think that might be in part of what I haven't reviewed yet here on her with what she did. So I'll have to look at that in a minute and see if it's separate. Okay, let me get back over here. And, okay, fine, if you want to say it was a burglary, but do you got to go all the way with they even stole my gun to commit the burglary with? Good Lord, can you believe it? And then shot my wife. You're like, what? Yeah, because I got to review it first to see if it is Butterfly. But I don't, because it could be, but it may be something totally separate. But it's probably part of what she did, because she's got, let's see, it's several things in one, right? So he did this. Let me see. Let me show you this before we go. This is like a very short clip of the local news where after he was arrested, right? And he had to go to court. And then we'll go into that other body cam stuff before we head out. Okay.
Killing his wife in Tipp City earlier this week makes his first court appearance.
39-year-old Caleb Flynn remains behind bars tonight after appearing in Miami County Municipal Court early this morning. He is now formally charged with murder, accused of shooting and killing his wife, Ashley Flynn. 2 News reporter Julian Jackson has been in Miami County all day gathering new information. He joins us live now. Julian, what happened in court today?
Lauren, Caleb Flynn pleaded not guilty in municipal court during his arraignment this morning. Now the former American Idol contestant is behind bars on a $2 million bond. Caleb Flynn is facing a murder charge as well as 2 counts of felonious assault and 2 counts of tampering with evidence. He's accused of shooting and killing his wife, Ashley Flynn. Police found her dead in their home on Cunnington Court in Tipp City early Monday morning after Caleb Flynn called 911. Today, we obtained that call. In it, you hear an extremely emotional Caleb Flynn describing what he found inside the bedroom of their home, saying Ashley Flynn was shot twice in the head and was not breathing. Police initially said they were investigating Ashley Flynn's death as an attempted burglary gone wrong. But 3 days after her death, police announced Caleb Flynn had been arrested and charged with her murder. During that 911 call, you can hear Flynn telling dispatchers that he was with the kids when the crime was committed. When Caleb found his wife, he said his children were still sleeping in their room. Now we're hearing from Flynn as he responds to the judge during this morning's arraignment. Along with a portion of the 911 call, we want to warn you, this may be disturbing.
I need you to take a deep breath for me. Are you hearing anything?
No, I've rubbed her leg and said her name. She's not answering.
You have the right to tell me, hey, I'm not a flight risk, I am a flight risk, or anything of that nature. Is there anything you would want to tell me about that?
Sir, I just want to take care of my daughters. I'm not at risk.
We received a statement from the attorney representing Caleb Flynn. It reads in part, quote, when the government runs out of leads or can't develop leads and looks at a surviving spouse in cases such as these, the chance of a wrongful conviction increases. Now, we do know a preliminary hearing for Caleb Flynn is scheduled for next Thursday, February 26th at 1 o'clock. And we also know right now that we're still waiting on body-worn camera from the night of the murder, and we requested that through police.
Okay, so everybody was starting to request that body-worn camera, right? So it was 3 days after the crime when he was arrested there. I thought it was 2 days, but it was at least 3 days. Okay, so let me get this next video and we'll start some of that. Okay. And honestly, I don't really know if how much of what else actually in this one all the way, because there's two. Okay, so remember I was telling you, let's see. Hang on. Okay, here's one. All right. Let me get this set up. When was this one? The 16th. This was more of the body cam, right? Like we heard the 911 call. I think this is more the body cam from that night, right? So it takes a minute for them to get there. They're like pulling up and it's all silent. There's a lot of different body cams and I tried to put them in order. Okay, what we do have, what I do have anyway. At this point, okay, so that's just, they're still arriving on scene. So I got a little bit of time to run before we say goodnight, so.
Which one is it?
So they're arriving.
I think it's this one, Colin. No?
Corey?
Okay.
I've checked this right here, nothing else.
Okay.
My daughters are in the bedroom over there, they're still asleep.
Okay, have you checked on them?
The 911, yes. As of right now, no one else comes in here, period. No.
As of now, no one else comes in here, period. So we heard the 911 call, and now the police have arrived. And this is the body camera from when they first got there on scene.
Every door one.
Okay.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god.
Okay, sit. You want to sit down?
No.
Okay. Take a breath.
Is she gone?
Look at me. Look at me. Take a breath. Okay?
I can't.
Look at me. I need you to breathe, okay?
Try not to touch much. What do I do with my daughters? What do I do?
The cop yelled, try not to touch much. We might have some hope for this crime scene.
With my daughters. Right now. Right now, I need you to breathe, okay? Do you have any family that you can call? Okay, where's your phone at? Okay. Do you want to call family? Hold on. Corey, do you watch him? Yep.
Squad is in around there, not stay together, they get responded. Yes, one person only.
Oh, that door's open over there. That back door's open. Is that lead outside? Because I can't see. Is that a closet?
Leads outside, it looks like.
Okay, I think I was on mute for a second. How old are the kids? The kids are young. I don't know their exact ages, but I think they're less than 11, 10. You know, they're young. I don't think it was like a preteen situation. Maybe one, but they were young girls. That's what I do know. So I'm thinking they were like below preteen age. But you know, we have they're coming in raw right here. They're just getting here. They got the 911 call. They got dispatch. They're already in the house. No, nobody else come in. Be careful what you're touching. And she's like, we got a back door open. Where does this door go? Is it a closet? Is it a back door? Right? And the guy's like, it's a back door. It's to the outside. So that's what they're, because he's telling them when they're approaching, getting there, he's already reported to 911, right? That intruder, back door's open. And now they're coming in and they're confirming, okay, there is a back door. Okay. Thank you, Happy. Did you look it up for us? Thank you if you did. Cool. I do not doubt your research at all. Appreciate that if you did do that on the side. I would like to know, because she's saying that apparently the unborn child language is standard in Ohio, Red Run. Okay, cool. Because there's a lot of terms when you got to get familiar with each state, right? And I've learned that covering so many cases and reading all the documents. So we try to, when it don't make sense, we try to make it make sense, don't we? So thank you.
Okay.
The center console of the truck. So.
It is. Should we have him? Okay, look at this. Watch out. Oh no, it's paint.
She said, oh, look at this. Watch out. And she's like, oh no, it's paint. This girl, and she's the one that I said earlier in the show that will stay calm through this whole thing, even when it comes to sitting in the room with Caleb. The way she treats him, how much she's gaining this guy's trust. It was almost beautiful to watch. I kind of like Maria from over there in Stefan Stern's case. You didn't like her much, did you, buddy? Did you feel that one? Did you feel that one? Freak.
Do you see any blood along the truck at all? Hey, is someone watching him?
Oh, did y'all hear what she just said? I just caught that. She said, hey, is someone watching him? She said, is someone watching him? But she whispered it. Fucking A, girlfriend. If I back it up, is it going to mess my shit up? It always does.
Okay.
Because she's already looking around for blood.
The center console of the truck. So.
It is?
Center console of the truck is open. Hold on. Hang on.
No one comes in here, period. No, every door one.
Okay.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God.
Okay, sit. You want to sit down?
No.
Okay. Take a breath.
Is she gone?
Look at me. Look at me. Take a breath. Okay.
I can't.
Look at me.
That's it, Butterfly. That's the is she gone part. Let's start. Okay. So we got the officer arriving on scene. I kept chopping it up by stopping. I'm like, what the hell is happening? Y'all are getting a lot of like that real time reaction stuff is happening right now. So let me start this over for a minute. Yeah. Yes, is someone watching him? That's exactly what she said. We're going to listen to it all again here. Yeah.
Which one is it?
So she arrives. She's like taking off to that house.
I think it's this one, Colton. No?
Corey?
Okay.
I checked this right here, nothing else.
Okay.
Are in the bedroom over there, they're still asleep.
Okay, have you checked on them?
The 911, yes. Right now, no one else comes in here, period.
She says, have you checked on those kids? And he's like, yes. 911. He told 911, no. All we know is he was in the room with them when shots rang out and his wife was killed. That's all we know about those little kids.
No, every door one.
Okay.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God.
Okay, sit. You want to sit down?
No.
Okay. Take a breath.
Is she gone?
Look at me. Look at me. Take a breath. Okay.
I can't.
Look at me. I need you to breathe, okay?
Try not to touch much. What do I do with my daughters? What do I do with my daughters?
Right now, I need you to breathe, okay? Do you have any family that you can call? Okay, where's your phone at? Okay. Do you want to call family? Hold on. Corey, do you watch him? Yep.
Water's in around there, not together. Yes, one person.
So she asked Corey to watch him. Corey, do you watch him? Or Corey, do you... It sounds like Corey, do you watch him? Not like, will you watch him? I don't know. Corey's supposed to be watching him.
Oh, that door's open over there. That back door's open.
She's got that gun drawn, too. That back door is open. Get out of my way.
Is that lead outside? Because I can't see. Is that a closet? Okay.
The center console is truck.
It is?
Okay, that's when that officer notes center console's open, and she's like, okay, it is.
Should we have him? Okay, look at this. Watch out.
She said, should we have him? And then she says, hey, look at this.
Oh, no, it's paint.
Oh, no, it's paint.
Do you see any blood?
He said, don't touch the car, and she says, do you see any blood?
I'll go along to check it out. Hey, is someone watching him?
Hey, is someone watching him? You damn right, Simi. Y'all all agree we need backup like her, right? The guy's lucky he had backup like her. Her.
Somebody needs to be watching him.
Somebody needs to be watching him. Yeah, because you don't know what you're walking into, right? No matter what he said on the 911. Hi, Pepper Potts. No, this segment of the show is not about Miss Nancy. We covered her in the first half of the show, all the updates and some stuff we've been talking about. Because we cover it every day here, but we did that at the top of the show, and then we moved into another case we've been meaning to review. So we're doing that part now. But if you want to get the updates of what we talked about earlier, you're welcome to catch us on the replay if you'd like. But you can hang out for now as well. We're talking about the Caleb Flynn case. He shot his wife. Allegedly, he's been charged with shooting his wife, Ashley Flynn, over in Ohio. Right, Simi? Girl power.
Where's he?
You want me to call Mike if you want to? Okay.
Are there any firearms in this house?
I have a shotgun.
Okay.
And, what's that?
Oh, I said okay.
A shotgun and a 22 and like a pellet gun.
Okay, where?
And I have a handgun in my truck.
Okay.
In the glove box.
So when she asked, "Do you have any guns?" He's like, "Sure, I do. I got this, and and I have a gun in my truck in the glove box, in the center box." They're like, "Oh, okay." They already know that there's that thing's open out there in the truck. He's gonna make sure that he planted, or that may not be the right term to use, but really, my guy, really, wow.
Okay.
Oh, Pepper's all the way from Germany. Okay, I get the time. Look, I'm not good at times, clocks, and calendars and all that, so I'm flopped. I have no idea. So is it morning time in Germany? It's like 9:45 p.m. at night for me, or 9:46 p.m. at night for me. So if it's morning for you, good morning in Germany. You can rewind us, catch the rest of this show, and then rewind us and catch the other part of the show. Welcome in.
Oh, yes, I can check out.
You ever checked on that? I did, yeah.
You know they're okay.
Right before he got here.
Okay.
Apparently, Butterfly, I'm just listening for that as well. I'm trying to hear in the background, but they did apparently have one of the officers did go verify these kids were actually okay, right? So they laid eyes on them and made sure they were okay. Oh, 5:45 a.m. over in Germany for Pepper. Okay, Pepper Potts. Well, good morning to you. Enjoy your morning coffee or tea or whatever your vice might be. What do you like in Germany? What do y'all prefer in the mornings? Do y'all drink coffee? This is coffee and crime conversation, so I'm always curious about people's coffee, right? Are there 3 officers there happy? I think at least at this point, there may be some more outside, but at this point, there's at least 3 in the house. Yeah, squeaky wheel. I already had my, I had a feeling you might feel that way about things. I'm not surprised. Free them all. What's that movie, Purge? I got something for the Jeepers and the Creepers who ain't right in the head.
Stay back there.
Strong coffee. I love it. Yes. If it's not strong, why have it, right? One time I made my brother, I like my coffee like I like my men. Like strong. He's like, oh, okay, I like a strong coffee. I don't want no watered down stuff. Ew, flavored water. Yeah.
Sit down on the couch, okay?
Can I call somebody?
4:45. Look, Pepper, don't be confusing me. I already don't know what time it is half the time in my own country. I'm like, what time is it? What day is it? I'm a girl who lives on no man's time.
awake.
Both of them?
Yep.
That way.
Is this just a room? Is this just a room? Okay. Clear. Where did Corey go? What's that room? Here.
The officers keep moving around the house. At some point, the body cam, I think, becomes unblurred. I don't know why it does at some point.
Okay, you're good. Sit down.
Do I go on my... Do I call anybody?
Hold on, honey. Okay.
Oh, God.
Do you want to let him?
Welcome back, Ruth. It happens to the best of us. it happens to the. We're glad to be here with you. I love that.
Is there a dog in the county? Is he gone?
Hey.
I can't. Is he my one?
Oh gosh.
Hang on for a few minutes and...
Corey, do we want to let him call any family, or no?
Yes, I know. Yes, he's okay to call family, but they cannot come inside this house.
Okay.
We probably should.
So there's at least 2 dogs roaming around this house. Please tell me they're not those little golden doodles where everybody seems to have right now that aren't worth a dime, apparently, when intruders come a-calling. We got 2 dogs in this home, and an intruder is able to break in, steal a handgun, enter the home, and kill the female in the home. And no dog ever barked. Why do people have dogs? I get companionship and loyalty and support dogs and all that, but I still need you to be beefy and let me know when somebody's lurking. It's part of why I got you. That's just me, though. If you don't do all that, you can't bark when there's somebody at the damn door. We got a problem. We got a problem.
Yep.
Okay. Kids are okay.
Yes. Both the girls they woke up when we walked in.
So she says both those girls woke up when they walked in. So were they asleep when Dad was in the room with them when Mom was being shot? Why did he even go to their damn bedroom? Did he hear a bump thud in the night and he went to check? And then they didn't wake up when they heard him wailing like a woman and running through the house to discover the doors were open. And then, what? They didn't wake up till the cops came. Did the cops wake them up? Oh, Lordy, this man and this big act he appears to be putting on now that we know that he's been arrested for it again, innocent until proven otherwise. But there's 2 little kids in that house who don't have a mom all of a sudden. The one person on the face of the earth that knows every little thing about those kids, what they prefer and don't, what blanket is their favorite, what gets them to sleep and what doesn't, what food they'll eat when nothing else will work. That one person is now gone from their life, and it's up to everybody else to guess and hope they can do as good a job. But I'm going to cry on the couch like a little girl.
No, I don't want to up there, but
I don't want to ask. I don't want to ask him questions right now.
that's fine. That's fine.
For a few minutes. Sit down, honey. Okay. Stay seated. Are you able to tell me her information? Yeah? I know this is really difficult, okay? What's your name? Caleb.
Do people think if they lay it on super thick, that gets them that golden ticket, right? Compare that to how we saw Stearns acting on the body cam footage, knowing what we know now for sure. What he was doing to Maddie, what he knew he was doing to Maddie, and how he unalived Maddie. But he's standing there all like, oh, poor me. I loved her and I'm going to miss her. And I dropped her off and somebody stole her. You lying sack of shit. What makes them think that they're just going to be believed? Are they used to getting their way with that sort of behavior, right? To even consider, a lot of us would be like, man, that's never going to work. We're never going to be able to pull that off, right? But for people like that always do that kind of stuff and get their way because they do that whiny kind of stuff, feel bad for me shit, they're probably absolutely going to think that they could get away with that with the cops too. That's crazy.
I'm sorry, okay?
What?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. You can call family, by the way. They just can't come in this house. They're not going to be able to come, like, near the house or anything like that.
I'm gonna call it, Mom. My parents live in Minnesota.
Okay, before you do that, can you do me a favor, okay?
Yeah.
What's her first and last name?
That's redacted, by the way. The pissed off Yorkie or Chihuahua. Yeah, I don't care for the little dogs, but they can be very protective and vicious. Little ankle biters. I like the big giant attack dogs. I teach them that one word command. All this part's redacted for some reason, with him giving specifics on his wife.
You just told me to.
Just sit down for a second. I'm gonna go get stuff so we can get
Okay. Okay. Corey told him he can call family, just so you know, but family's not allowed to come on to property or anything. All right. You can call someone.
You can start a jailhouse ministry butterfly. You know how that goes.
Let's read it.
Part of him probably is panicking big time, going, I hope this works, I hope this works, I hope this works. Lord. He's going to need the Lord right now. He's probably praying secretly, and the Lord's thinking, I saw what you did. I saw what you did. I saw what you did. If he's the, from what I understand, that's what the Lord would be saying right now.
Oh my God. She's gone. She's gone. She's gone. Why?
He like hyperventilating and stuff. Something.
Oh my God. Oh no. No. Oh. Oh no. Oh. Oh.
Okay. Okay.
Mom.
Vehicle 230,
Ashley's dead.
Okay, so he's in the floor calling his mom. There's two dogs in the house, Simi, and they're both large breeds. You could see them walking around even with the blurred image. But he's now in the floor, and he's like, "Mom, mom," and he's now letting his mom know that Ashley's dead.
Mommy, Ashley's dead. She's dead. Someone broke in. She's dead. Mom. Rosie. She's gone. It shot her. She's gone. I was with the girls. Oh my.
He shot her. She's gone. I was with the girls. But he never explains why he's with the girls.
Oh my God. Mommy, she's gone. I can't breathe. Girls don't even know yet. They're still sleeping. I don't know how to stop. I don't know what to do. The police are here.
go ahead. That's right, 9928.
I don't know what to do. I can't breathe. I can't see. She didn't answer. So I called you. He's gone, Mom. Why? I gotta go. Oh my God. Oh.
238, here, return.
Do you have any bottles of water in the fridge I can get for you? Okay. All right. Hold on.
I was happy, real happy. I caught that too. Mommy, I'm like, what? Where got the mother, mommy? What's happening? I'm the mother of two girls and two boys. My boys are both mama's boys, but we're not doing that mother mommy thing. Boy, you better straighten your ass up and act right, right? What's going on? I've had mine have to call me when something tragic has happened, and I didn't get all that. I'm just saying. I get, really, Rachel? Okay. Thank you.
Oh, oh no. Oh no, oh no. Oh, what are my daughters gonna do? My daughter. Jesus, why? Why? What did I do? What? Why? Oh no. Oh no. Oh my God. Oh. Oh my God. Oh my God. No. No. I'm gonna be sick.
Okay, hold on. Let me get the trash can.
Oh, goodness, he's going to be sick now.
Hold on.
Oh, Lord. Let's mute that shit. Ugh. No. He done got himself so worked up, he's now physically getting sick, right? I think I would be too at that point if I'd just done all that and claimed it was something else. Mm.
No, no, no.
Jesus, my girl, my girl. 48. 48.
No. No. Hey.
No.
Come here. No, no. Hey. It's okay. It's okay. Here. Sit. Sit. No. It's okay. Shh. Shh. No jumping. No jumping. No jumping. Easy. Hey.
Oh my God.
Yeah, 319.
Rosie, please.
Go ahead.
Rosie, come here.
Preble County's in route with their K9.
Rosie, come here.
Thank you.
Up.
255.
Stay. No, stop. It's okay. No.
I'm sorry. I realized I wasn't on mute and I was going to go laugh out loud. I was looking around Twitter to see if there was any updates, right, that we may have missed while we've been live, and one made me laugh out loud. It was from our pal Nerdy. It said Nancy, it just entered a little interruption here. Nancy Guthrie update. Aside from metal detectors looking for the vampire's nipple ring he got from his girlfriend, a man showed up, zooted out of his mind as he referenced Brian Enton and said, F that guy. And F the cartel. That's what happened today in the Nancy Guthrie case, guys. If you missed it, tune into the top of the show and you'll get the gist of that, what happened. That's crazy, man. I still can't get over this. You can't make this shit up for real, right? We keep hearing that phrase, we can't make this stuff up. Lord help us all. And then we got this guy over here having a full-on meltdown till he makes himself sick. It done shot his wife, or apparently we don't even know why. It doesn't even matter why you did it, but why would you do that? Like, there's always the why. Goodness.
What's going on? What are we doing?
So right now they called for a canine to come, just so we can look around. Our detectives are on their way. Okay.
He's whispering in the background. Is he like praying? They're about to bring the canine and stuff in, just in case there was an intruder. Can we get a scent on this person and a trail out the back door? What if there's no scent at all and there's nothing out the back door, but it's just an open door, right? To the open space. What? Uh-oh. So 2 hours ago, Plunder posted on X pertaining to this case we're watching right now. So Caleb Flynn apparently has filed some documents in the court. He and his attorneys are seeking a gag order, and his attorney is trying to keep everyone away from seeing the court filings, the public court filings. And it says, check out the attached motion for restricted access filed by Emily Smith in the criminal case. Is this something she has on her Facebook? I'll have to grab that and let me review this while this is playing.
Oh, I'm
No. It's okay. It's okay. Shh. Shh. It's okay. Try to prevent. Huh?
Her name.
I have her name. Yes.
And date of birth.
Yes.
Okay. Let me take
Top
that.
one,
Just
Ashley
what's going on.
Flynn. That's hers. That's his, and those are their daughters' names. But I didn't get their date of birth yet. Is that Colton in the back? Who's in the back? Okay. Okay.
Okay, the filings aren't linked into the post on Facebook. I'll have to go find those. But there was one filed on the 3rd, which was today. A motion with, let's see, for a motion for restricted access to case filings and discovery filed by attorney Emily Smith. That was filed today at 11:10 a.m. And then a second one, a motion for domestic violence temporary protection order, filed today as well by the attorney Timothy Pepper. I think that's the prosecution. The first filing is a doozy, not only asking for a gag order on law enforcement and the FBI, but also seeks to restrict public access to the filings. Okay, so I'll try to see if we can get our hands on those documents. Well, that's everybody's go-to these days, right? Because social media is like so fast and on everything and in real time. As soon as these cases are happening, we want gag orders. Not we, but the attorneys and the clients. They're just immediately asking for gag orders now. It's like become the standard lately. Because we get hold of that filing and we see what they are basing their theory on and what their charges are, and then we go picking it apart. They're like, oh, now the jury's pool is tampered with and all these things, and there's people have made formed opinions and now they're judging my client, and all that stuff happens.
Oh my God, I'll never see her again. I'll never. Oh, Jesus. Oh my goodness. No. No. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus. What? If you close that door, they will.
I'll crack it. It's okay. Stay.
Rosie, stay.
I wonder if this temporary protection order that was filed is going to anything to do with the kids. I wonder who's got the kids right now. I'm not even sure if Ashley's mom has them or if his mom got them. They show up at some point here. I may need to speed it up until they get till stuff is happening here because this thing is slow. Let's see.
Oh my God.
I have it sped up, guys, so.
Jill, Ashley.
becoming impatient with it. I'm trying to get it to where the part where it goes to where it's not. Hang on. Because it shows a different section. So that. Let me get it to here.
Can I get you anything, Caleb? No? Okay.
Okay, so this is when someone will start to arrive. Okay.
Are these okay? Okay.
So she got in some shoes.
Come on, honey.
Did you squad look at you? You think that's what just look at him? The girls don't know. The girls are saying like this. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do either.
Hold on. I forgot it was still turned up or sped up. So this is when his mom arrives, or is this Ashley's mom?
I'm just I'm in shock.
Hang on. We want it normal when they're like this. Okay.
Yeah, I think maybe.
Do you want to sit down on the steps?
If you have a blanket, can we get him a blanket?
Yep. Get him a blanket.
So there was a unredacted in part of the house, right? And those the dogs. Those golden doodles, snicker, whatever the hell them dogs are called. Is that them?
Who walked around in the back?
What's that?
Who walked around in the back? The deputies?
Deputies.
None of us have walked around in the back?
No.
Do you not want us to?
I don't.
Let.
I was gonna wait till dogs got here. We have 2 dogs down
Okay.
here. I just
She's like, do you not want us to walk around back? Has anybody walked around back? He's like, oh no, I'm going to wait on so-and-so to get here. Maybe the dog, right? She's already knowing what we got to do here. Secure everything and get busy with getting the evidence. If there's really an intruder, we're going to find it. Coming in my community on my watch and doing this mess.
I done go around and put up. I don't know. Colt might have went around some to put up the tape.
Yeah.
If that would have been it.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm sure. I don't know if we need a. I mean, Troy said they could bring a drone, but we don't know what they were looking for.
Oh, they could bring. I heard her mention earlier something. We need a drone. He's like, we don't even know we need a drone. What are we going to be looking for? Maybe a creepy, crawly person in the night, just trying to get away in the woods. What is your surroundings there? You got one of those heat-seeking missile type of helicopters you can fly around and find the guy in the garbage can. You don't know what you got there, Jacko. What's this guy doing? Sit down, sir. Let the lady handle the business. She's got this.
I froze, and then I ran.
He probably believes Caleb right now.
And the door to the garage was wide open, and then
How long were you here before we got here? Like 20 seconds?
Yeah, not too long.
Okay.
Because I think I seen your guys' lights.
Yeah. No cars came driving out of
No,
here?
I didn't see nothing.
I didn't see anything either. All down Hyatt.
And
I didn't see anything.
first when I came in, I started going fast, and they said,
Yeah.
I hit my siren.
Oh, yeah.
And then I turned the siren off a ways down, so I wouldn't scare no one.
Yeah.
And then
We got a city cop here and a county deputy. Different departments, got different trucks out there. I know our city cops and county deputies drive totally different vehicles, totally different color schemes. And they sometimes are at the same scene. Huh.
I couldn't find it at first.
Well, the side door is what's open.
It's open still?
Yeah, it is. There was a fridge in front of it, like on the inside of the garage, and it's like someone pushed the fridge to open the door, and it's still open.
Okay.
So an assailant would have had to open that door and push the heavy fridge out of the way, not saying it couldn't be done. There's a lot of noise involved with that as well, especially to move a heavy fridge, make entry into, they just didn't lock the door because they had a big fridge in front of it, whatever. So you get in the door, but you got to move this big fridge now. And then the interior door from the garage to the house was also open when they arrived. I guess they didn't lock their garage doors, multiple at all. Y'all better lock them garage doors, all of them, every single one of them. Go check them right now. We'll wait for you to get back. I'd rather wait on y'all to go check all the windows, doors. I don't care how safe your community is. My window's open right now with a fan there because it feels beautiful outside, and my cat's standing guard, like literally beside the fan because there's enough space. But when I get done with this live, that window's going to get shut and locked. So when I go to sleep, I don't got to worry about it.
If, fingerprint.
Yes, Simi, but once they're on site, right? It's the wherever this house is located at. If it's in the city limits, it's the city's case. If it's the county's jurisdiction, it's the county's case. So they show up because they're so in such close proximity sometimes, right? Like, I mean, you just find the line. Like, I know here locally is what I'm going by, but they can't investigate. They're not lead investigate. They're like there to assist. Huh. Am I watching you? Do you always feel like somebody's watching you? Oh, we don't want to go the obsessed person route. I probably just, I sense your vibe. I'm an energy reader.
I wasn't even there.
All right, Butterfly, that's a good question. Do any of these neighbors have ring cams? A lurker in the night? Did somebody come down the cul-de-sac? Did they come in from behind the homes? How did this intruder get into our community? Nobody got ring cam that saw a suspicious person walking down the road with a backpack clad in black, possibly wearing a balaclava, mask of some sort. Nothing but a back door to this garage, or to this house. Huh. I'm sure they got off. I'm sure if anybody got the ring cam footage from that area, it's going to be this lady cop.
Sorry.
And look, there is a bright ass utility pole light right there on the side the garage is on. Well lit home. Now, if you're a burglar and you're trying to break in to a house, are you going to go to the one that's extremely well lit? I think not.
So it just happened that he just called you?
Yeah. I would say probably 40 minutes ago now.
Butterfly, I don't know if I can't recall if they found the gun on the scene or not, but they did find 9mm casings, right? So those 9mm casings, I know for a fact, were found, and that's what he had in the glove box of his truck, and that's what he told them he had. So I think it was found on the scene, but I don't. It wasn't even in the document that I have.
So,
right, Forrest?
with the grocery store laying down? She's sound asleep. You know, she knew.
She told me to sleep on the couch because I was coughing. I shouldn't have listened.
Sound like us.
I mean, seriously, that's a pretty well lit side of the neighborhood right there. There were a darker home to choose. Like, why that one? That's weird in itself.
Is there any other signs or anything? He's walking to your mom's daughter?
The detectives will come and talk. The detectives will come and talk to him about it. But what he said is, someone broke into the side door. The side door is partially open right now. Side door to the garage. So, I mean, my sergeants who got here first, he was here maybe 15 seconds before the other officer and I. But, I mean, what he said to you is basically all that we were told as well.
But there's no signs of any rustle or disturbance?
I'm not going to lie to you. We try to limit who goes into the room itself. Yeah. My sergeant went into the room itself, so I didn't. I just saw from the outside.
Well, she was just laying. She was just laying there. She was just laying there.
No, Squeaky, Simi answered you there. He says there was an intruder who broke in and shot his wife while he was in the room with their daughters who were asleep. He didn't mistake her for the intruder. She was literally asleep in her bed. Huh.
Just for a little bit, okay? We don't want you out here in the cold.
I'm gonna stay on the porch in case the girls wake up. Can I stay right here?
Yep.
So the kids are still in bed asleep. It's like, I mean, I get, like, nobody can go in the house, right? Nobody but the cops. What if they wake up and the only thing they find in their house is the cops? They're not going to wake up and automatically look for their mom? Like, bring me the girls, please. Go wake the girls up and bring them to me if that's possible. Let me put my hands on these babies and get them in my car where it's warm. All the y'all can talk to them. What they were like, what are they doing?
Grandma's just gonna stand on the porch in case the girls wake up. I'm just gonna walk with him to the ambulance.
And these dogs, Kaylee Gonzalez had a dog like this. The Tepe home had a dog similar to this, right? All these dogs are, every time we do a criminal case anymore, these dogs are a part of it. And they apparently are completely useless when it comes to protecting their family, so y'all need to second guess the cuteness of your dog. If you need to get this dog, also get you one that might protect you. It's just a word of advice after seeing what I've been seeing unfold for the past couple years where these dogs are concerned. I'm surprised at how many cases the people have had these kind of dogs. And they're just like walking around friends with everybody.
Okay. I'll let you guys go first. Thank you.
Lay down wherever you.
So they get him to the ambulance, and it's all blurred out, and it's silent, actually, because they're doing the medical stuff. So let me...
Mind if he goes inside and sits on the couch, or... Yeah? Okay.
Okay, they've assessed him.
Rosie. 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 Come. Hi. Hi. No. Stay here. No. Stay over here. You stay.
She's even like keeping the dogs calm.
with them for I don't even know how long.
Yeah.
That's what I heard it.
Okay. From you hearing a gunshot, did you see anybody like exiting the home or?
I froze. Scared.
Hang on, let me back it up a little bit.
Hello. Okay. You got the same thing.
Okay.
Do you want lights on?
Yeah, that's fine. Where were you asleep at, sir?
All right, so they're going to start talking to him and questioning him about what the particulars were, right? They're just now getting around to that. Yeah, I was just reading Ruth Ann's comment about the garage door is attached to the house, right? When my husband goes to bed, I go around and lock all the doors. Yeah, that's me. I'm always the last one up. I get checking them darn doors. I can't not lay there and go to bed and think, did I lock that door? Or did they lock the door? Is the door locked? No, I gotta go check. So I've learned to go check before I go to bed. All right, so they're now going to be talking to him, to Caleb.
I have a really bad cough.
So do I. Your mom was telling me that you've got the same thing going on that I do.
She sent me out here.
Okay, yeah.
And I was here. And I heard the dogs shake her, move her collar.
Yeah.
And it woke me up. And both my girls were sick.
Yeah.
So I thought it was one of them that got up. So I went in their room.
So he says both the girls are sick. Something about the dog's collar wakes him up, stirs him up, and he thinks it's something to do with the girls, and they're both sick. So I guess he's going to go check on the sick little girl. Okay.
And I laid down with them for I don't even know how long.
Yeah.
That's what I heard it.
Okay. From you hearing a gunshot, did you see anybody like exiting the home or?
I froze. Scared.
Hello. All right. Do you know the address? All right. So you froze?
When I finally got up, the door leading to the garage was open.
Okay.
But I didn't see anybody.
Okay.
Nope. Nope. Stay. He went to the left in the garage. No.
They need to come back and finish questioning this guy.
situation that is
351.
Chris, I know this is a situation that is highly stressful right now, and I'm trying to, figure out the best, way to, talk to you and console you in this rough time. Okay. Would you be willing to give a statement? Just write a statement out on what we discussed. Okay. And the reason why I ask that is because it gives you the opportunity to take a deep breath, and I know it's hard right now, but it'll give you the opportunity to gather your thoughts, and then it'll also help me with my report writing. The other thing that I was going to ask is, would you want to leave the home and go with Mom because of us being in here and that sort of thing? I don't want a bunch of people in and out of your home and you having to. Yeah. Okay. So.
Well. Yeah.
Well, Chris, here's the other thing. Okay. Would you want to sit down and talk with me?
He keeps calling him Chris. His name's Caleb.
Oh. And then fill out this statement form, and then have you go to Mom's afterwards.
That's fine.
Would that work? Okay. Okay. All right. Well, hang tight. I'm going to make some arrangements and let Mom know what the plan is.
Can she take my girls?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. She can actually. I want you to try to keep them calm. Okay.
Yeah.
And I know that's hard right now, but I would like you to help her get them loaded. So then this is less of a dramatic event right now for them. Does that sound good? So when you're ready, I'll have her start waking up the kids and have her get them in the cars. That sound good?
60.
Okay.
What about the dogs?
Do you want to take dogs to Mom's house as well?
That's up to her.
Okay, I'll talk to her. Where's she at?
She should be out there.
Where is he?
No. Hey, just so you know, there's news out there already. There's news and cameras out there right now.
They have to be here.
Just shut that door, son.
Media's already there. All right, so they're going to let him go to his mom's that night, right? While they're conducting their investigation. I think we're all in agreement. They're pretty full of thinking this guy's pretty full of shit. Let's see what happens here toward the end of it.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
Are you good with them getting the girls now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll just talk.
How do you do that?
No, I was blocking the dogs from going into the room, but not anymore.
Okay. Can you hang out with the Troy guy with the drone?
Yeah, where's he at?
He's right back.
Yeah. I have a question.
The fog and stuff.
Do we want to block off more so they can't be filming the house when the girls are coming out?
Well, Chief's here, so. But if we bring kids out, we'll have them.
I mean, at least they can do that. Yeah. Where's the Troy guy at?
Right behind.
Me? No. Okay, over there. Okay.
She's on top of it. We needed her over there in the Nancy Guthrie investigation. We needed her from the jump. Jeez, man.
Stick with Joe Stick. 230 checkup.
How shall I help?
The main thing I need you to do is just help me keep an eye on the drone.
Okay.
I already briefly walked around the property.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like we should run into any issues.
Yeah.
With how thick the fog
with
is,
the fog.
It's hard.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's kind of where we're at.
Okay.
MC60 checkup.
Taking off.
359.
To confirm.
Yep. You could pull forward and then back out. Wow, I lost it now in the fog. Okay.
So, is there any key points of the house that you specifically want photographed? So I got a rolling video around the entire property.
That back corner is that walkout door.
Okay, so
On the side of the house, there's a door.
Maybe.
That's the door that's open. So.
Yes. Is that the door that they met on dispatch call that was open?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought.
Well, the door from inside the house to the garage was open, and so is the door exiting the side of the house.
So there's two doors open.
Yeah.
But still not. Is he?
Okay. So there's another whole video out there we still haven't looked at yet. And I don't, it's getting late, so I don't want to start that unless I intend to finish it tonight. But I wanted to start unpacking the case here with you guys. We've been talking about it for days now, right? Um, so we got to see the 911 call. We heard that the body cam stuff. Um, we just got through reviewing all that. Now, Plunder does have another set of videos that came out. I got to review. I think it's different ones together. I don't think she's got them all like standalone yet. So I'm going to review that and see exactly what that is. And we're going to review that. And there's also the 911 call I was telling you about where when this case first happened, and there's this one video out there claiming that Caleb had a mistress and she was involved in their church. Here's her face, here's her name. And none of that was true, or even in the documents like the video claimed it was. Um, anyway, that woman, because her face and image are out there, her mom had to call 911 because people showed up at the door. And that's still yet, we haven't reviewed that yet either. So, gonna unpack all that. But it's getting late, so I wanted to stop there. And I did read you guys the charging document, so yeah. And I got to figure out, Butterfly, where was that gun? I didn't, that's like the one thing I don't know. And how do I not know that? That's crazy. I feel like it's in that house, but because where would he have time to even go hide it real quick, like, right? It's got to be there. So did he claim was it found in the garage? We didn't hear the cops say that when they were in there. Was it found in the bedroom? Like the assailant shot his wife and dropped it and ran? We'll see. I'll see if we can figure that out. Yeah, I'm here. There was no sound for a second. Oh, okay. Okay. You think your comment crashed the stream? What are you talking about? What, are you being naughty? Are you being nice? What are you saying? There's always a lot of angry spouses out there. But there's the thing, though, we see a lot of these cases where it's always the spouse or it's always the last one to see them. It's not always that way, but a lot of times it is. So we can never, like, the minute we heard this 911 call, I heard it before he ever got arrested. And I try to keep an open mind, like maybe he's not suspicious. Maybe there really was an intruder, but that's weird. They didn't even take a shot at the guy, right? Like, what's weird about this? So, this case, it don't look good for the guy. It doesn't look good for the guy. I think they got some evidence stacking up against him. So I'll try to find those other documents too that I told you about that Plunder posted about, seeking a gag order and that kind of stuff. And we'll see if we can get some updates on that. And of course, I think Brian Enton dropped a new video earlier, guys. I don't even think I've watched it yet. A couple of other streams were happening. I think people are just doing what we're doing. They're just talking about the things because we're not getting any solid information on leads. I can only hope that when FBI is reviewing all the data that they're reviewing, they find a common denominator, because that's what it's going to take. And I hope they have an angle. And I mean, other than robbery, essay, I'm talking about ransom or stalker. I hope they have an angle, because you got to have an angle to know where to look or to develop a suspect from, other than some grainy car footage that might hold a promise, kind of like some DNA mixtures might hold a promise, right? Don't hold your breath. All right, everybody, thank you for coming in here and spending your night with us. I appreciate it. Y'all know what I say about them YouTube streets. Be safe out there. I'm gonna go find me a snack. I'll go find me a snack and something to watch. Yes, send me prayers up for Miss Nancy. Let's do the yellow hearts in the chat. Y'all know I do yellow hearts anyway. That's my thing, because yellow's our color here. Caution, like the police tape, and matches my avatar, so why not? And so I always do the yellow hearts. But we're holding out hope for Miss Nancy. We can't go there and personally lay flower. Now in Madeline Soto, they did a memorial where she was found, and everybody pitched in, and we bought locks and keys, and Mind of Monsters went out there to the site and took all these locks and placed them on the memorial, and ours for the channel was yellow. Salty Sleuth Investigates. So we had a lock hanging out there, and we have a little yellow something down at Gannon's little Gannon Stock site. I haven't been down there in a while. I need to go soon, check on things and make sure it looks good. All right, guys. Yeah, let's keep a candle lit for Miss Nancy, and hope, pray, whatever it is you do it. Maybe she's safe. Maybe somebody took her that does care and doesn't mean to harm her. That's all we can hope for at this point. All right, everybody, y'all go have a good night. Grab your late night snack, all the things. I'll see you back here tomorrow at some point. Probably will be daytime tomorrow. What is tomorrow day? Like Wednesday. Like, what's tomorrow day? Wednesday. We'll see how I feel in the morning. All right, you guys have a great night. I'll see you later.